Welcome, weary wanderer, to the extraordinary suburban realm of Elmore, where the impossible becomes mundane and forgotten souls drift through the edges of our collective memory. Tonight, we'll explore the complete chronicles of every overlooked character who ever graced the chaotic world of the amazing world of Gumball, from fleeting background figures to abandoned storylines that never found their resolution. This is a journey through the margins of animation, where side characters carry untold stories and brief appearances hide depths of personality. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind wander through the forgotten corners of Elmore. There's no rush here, no need to remember every detail. Just let these tales of the overlooked wash over you like gentle rain on a quiet evening. In the bustling corridors of Elmore Junior High School, where the cacophony of adolescent chaos echoes through halls lined with battered lockers and motivational posters peeling at their edges, there exists a peculiar phenomenon that speaks to the very nature of existence itself. Among the familiar faces of Gumball Watterson and his eclectic classmates, there moves a silent chorus of phantom students, beings whose presence is felt more than acknowledged, whose stories remain forever untold in the grand narrative of suburban education. These are the forgotten ones, the background players in the great theatre of middle school life, and their tales begin with the most mysterious of all educational enigmas: Colin and Felix, two students whose names appear on class rosters, yet whose voices have never graced the soundtrack of their own existence. They sit in classrooms like living furniture, their forms occupying space with the quiet dignity of those who understand that not every soul is destined for the spotlight, yet each deserves recognition for the simple act of being present in the world. Colin, whose perpetually neat appearance suggests a home life of structured routine and carefully pressed uniforms, occupies the third desk from the window in Miss Simeon's classroom, his posture always perfectly erect, as if he were posing for a portrait that no artist will ever paint. His notebooks are filled with meticulous handwriting, each letter formed with the precision of someone who believes that order can be imposed upon chaos through sheer force of penmanship. Yet, despite his obvious dedication to the academic arts, Colin's contributions to classroom discussions remain as elusive as morning mist. Present, but never quite substantial enough to grasp. Felix, by contrast, seems to embody a more relaxed approach to educational existence, his slightly rumpled clothing and perpetually tousled hair suggesting someone who has made peace with the fundamental absurdity of trying to look presentable in an environment where a blue cat and an orange fish regularly engage in reality-bending adventures. He favors the back row of every classroom, not out of rebellious intent, but rather from a philosophical understanding that some observers are meant to witness rather than participate in the great drama of education. Their friendship, if indeed it can be called that, exists in the realm of meaningful glances and shared understanding of what it means to be perpetually present, yet never quite acknowledged. They walk the hallways together with the synchronized steps of those who have found companionship in their mutual invisibility, their conversations carried out in a language of subtle nods and barely perceptible gestures that speak volumes about the bonds that can form between kindred spirits who exist on the margins of recognition. The mystery of Colin and Felix deepens when one considers their academic records, which according to the school's filing system are exemplary in their consistency, yet remarkable in their complete lack of any distinguishing characteristics. They maintain solid B averages across all subjects, never excelling enough to draw attention through achievement, nor struggling sufficiently to warrant intervention. Their test scores cluster around the median with mathematical precision, as if they have somehow discovered the exact formula for academic invisibility. During lunch periods, they can be observed sitting at the table nearest the emergency exit, Their brown bag lunches containing sandwiches cut with geometric precision and juice boxes that they consume. With the methodical approach of those who understand that nutrition is a requirement rather than a pleasure, they never participate in the food fights that occasionally erupt among their more animated classmates, yet neither do they flee from the chaos. Instead, they remain seated with the calm dignity of philosophers contemplating the absurdity of institutional meal periods. Their locker assignments, numbers 73 and 74 respectively, reflect the bureaucratic poetry of educational administration that places similar souls in proximity to one another. The contents of these lockers, glimpsed briefly during the frantic transitions between classes, reveal lives of quiet organization, textbooks arranged by size rather than subject, spare pencils sharpened to identical points, and small mirrors that reflect faces bearing expressions of patient acceptance. William represents an entirely different category of phantom student, one whose presence in Elmore Junior High suggests mysteries that extend far beyond the normal boundaries of educational enrollment. Unlike Colin and Felix, whose consistency provides a stable backdrop for more dramatic events, William appears and disappears throughout the academic year with the unpredictable rhythm of a character whose story exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. His first documented appearance occurred during the third week of the fall semester, when he materialized in the back row of geometry class, as if he had always been there, his desk bearing none of the accumulated detritus that typically marks a student's territorial claim. The teacher, Mr. Brown, never questioned his presence, suggesting either a level of administrative competence that borders on the supernatural or a philosophical acceptance that in a world where household appliances can achieve consciousness, the sudden appearance of new students requires no explanation. William's physical appearance defies easy categorization, his features possessing the kind of generic pleasantness that allows him to blend seamlessly into any crowd, while simultaneously standing out for his very blandness. His clothing choices suggest someone who shops exclusively in the beige section of department stores, his wardrobe consisting entirely of neutral tones that seem designed to avoid making any statement whatsoever about personal identity or aesthetic preferences. The enigma of William deepens when one attempts to trace his academic history through the labyrinthine records of Elmore Junior High's administrative system. His student identification number exists in the computer database. Yet his enrollment forms bear signatures that appear to have been written by different hands in different decades. His emergency contact information lists a phone number that, when called, connects to a perpetually busy signal that plays a faint melody reminiscent of half-remembered lullabies. During group projects, William demonstrates an uncanny ability to contribute exactly the amount of work necessary to avoid both praise and criticism, his efforts perfectly calibrated to maintain the delicate balance of academic mediocrity. His presentations are delivered in a monotone that somehow manages to convey all the required information while ensuring that no one in the audience retains any memory of the content 30 seconds after its conclusion. The most intriguing aspect of William's mysterious existence lies in his apparent ability to age in reverse, his appearance growing progressively younger throughout each semester until, by the final week of classes, he resembles a student who should be attending elementary school rather than junior high. This temporal anomaly goes unnoticed by faculty and students alike, suggesting either a collective blindness to the impossible or a tacit agreement that some phenomena are better left unexplored. His disappearances are as sudden and unexplained as his arrivals, with William simply failing to appear for morning attendance one day, his desk remaining empty for the remainder of the school year, before being assigned to a new student who arrives with all the proper paperwork and parental accompaniment that William's enrollment somehow circumvented. Yet his name remains on class rosters, and his grades continue to appear in the school's permanent records, maintained by some invisible administrative force that operates beyond the understanding of mortal educational systems. The ID photo students represent perhaps the most poignant category of phantom pupils, their existence confirmed only through the photographic evidence contained within Elmore Junior High's official yearbooks and student directories. These black and white portraits, arranged in neat rows with the mathematical precision that characterizes all institutional photography, capture faces frozen in expressions of awkward adolescent dignity, each subject having endured the traditional ordeal of school picture day with varying degrees of success. Among these captured souls, certain individuals stand out not for their photogenic qualities but for their complete absence from any other documentation of school life. Their names appear in the alphabetical listings beneath their photographs, yet searches through attendance records, grade reports, and disciplinary files yield no additional evidence of their educational existence. They are ghosts haunting the permanent record, their only legacy the brief moment when they stood before the photographer's backdrop and attempted to project the image of successful students. Sarah Henderson, whose photograph appears in the 1998 yearbook between Kevin Hartwell and Patricia Hill, gazes directly into the camera with eyes that seem to hold knowledge beyond her apparent years. Her smile suggests someone trying to appear confident while harboring deep uncertainties about her place in the social ecosystem of public education. Yet, despite the photographic evidence of her existence, no teacher recalls having her in class, no student remembers sharing hallway conversations, and no administrative record confirms her completion of any academic requirements. The mystery deepens with Marcus Thompson, whose senior portrait from 2001 shows a young man whose formal attire and carefully groomed appearance suggest preparation for a future that may never have materialized. His pose conveys the dignity of someone who understands the importance of permanent records, yet his name appears nowhere in graduation ceremonies, college acceptance letters, or alumni directories. He exists only in that single moment captured by the school photographer, a temporal island of documented existence surrounded by an ocean of administrative void. Perhaps most haunting of all is the collective portrait of the class of 2003's student council, where 5 individuals stand proudly behind a banner announcing their commitment to improving school spirit through innovative fundraising initiatives. 4 of these aspiring leaders can be cross-referenced with other school records, their names appearing in newspaper articles about bake sales and car wash campaigns. The 5th figure, standing slightly apart from the group with a smile that seems to acknowledge the temporary nature of all earthly achievements, remains completely unidentifiable despite extensive searches through every available archive. These photographic phantoms raise profound questions about the nature of memory and documentation in institutional settings. Did they attend classes in parallel dimensions that occasionally intersected with our own reality just long enough for picture day? Were they the products of administrative errors that somehow generated student identification numbers and photography appointments without corresponding academic records? Or do they represent something more fundamental about the ephemeral nature of adolescent existence? Reminders that even in an age of comprehensive record-keeping, some souls manage to slip through the cracks of institutional memory, while leaving behind only the faintest evidence of their brief passage through the halls of public education. The extinct species students present perhaps the most melancholic chapter in the chronicle of Elmore Junior High's phantom population, representing those souls who once walked the hallways with apparent permanence, only to vanish between academic years as if they had never existed at all. These characters possessed the illusion of stability, appearing in multiple episodes and establishing what seemed like permanent places in the social fabric of the school, only to disappear with a completeness that suggests either administrative intervention or cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. Among the most notable of these vanished students was Rachel Wilson, whose presence during the first 2 seasons of Elmore Junior High's documented existence suggested a character destined for long-term significance in the school's social hierarchy. She possessed the kind of confident demeanor that typically ensures continued relevance in adolescent social systems, her interactions with primary characters indicating a level of narrative importance that should have guaranteed her permanent residence in the halls of educational memory. Rachel's disappearance occurred with the subtle inevitability of seasonal change, her absence noticed only gradually as other students began occupying the spaces she had previously claimed as her own. Her locker, number 147, was reassigned without ceremony to a new student whose personality bore no resemblance to her predecessor's confident assertiveness. The transition occurred so smoothly that many observers failed to notice the substitution until months after the fact, when careful review of archived footage revealed the complete absence of Rachel's distinctive laugh from the cafeteria's ambient soundscape. The fate of Jeremy Martinez represents an even more mysterious case of educational extinction, as his disappearance coincided with a complete erasure of all evidence that he had ever attended Elmore Junior High. Unlike Rachel, whose absence could be attributed to family relocation or academic transfer, Jeremy's vanishing was accompanied by the systematic removal of his name from all official records, as if some cosmic editor had decided that his character no longer served the narrative purposes of the school's ongoing story. Jeremy had been particularly notable for his exceptional skill in mathematics, his ability to solve complex equations, earning him recognition from faculty members who typically reserved their praise for students whose achievements in other subjects overshadowed their numerical capabilities. His participation in the school's Math Olympiad team had been documented in newspaper articles that praised his contribution to Elmore Junior High's regional championship victory, yet attempts to locate these articles in contemporary archives yield only blank spaces where his name should appear. The mystery extends beyond individual disappearances to encompass entire social groups whose collective vanishing suggests coordinated rather than coincidental erasure from the school's historical record. The Environmental Awareness Club, which during its brief existence had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness in promoting ecological consciousness among the student body, disappeared entirely following their successful campaign to eliminate single-use plastic utensils from the cafeteria. Their final documented meeting, held in classroom B12 on a Tuesday afternoon in late March, had concluded with enthusiastic planning for an Earth Day celebration that was destined never to occur. By the following week, the club's faculty advisor, Miss Peterson, claimed no memory of ever sponsoring such an organization, while the classroom they had regularly occupied showed no signs of their previous presence. Even the recycling bins they had successfully lobbied to have installed throughout the school bore no identification connecting them to the vanished environmental advocates. These systematic erasures raised disturbing questions about the nature of institutional memory and the forces that govern the permanence of student achievement in educational settings. Do schools possess some unconscious mechanism for editing their own histories, removing elements that no longer serve their evolving narrative purposes? Or do these disappearances reflect something more fundamental about the transient nature of adolescent identity, suggesting that some students exist only temporarily in the spaces between childhood and adulthood, before being absorbed back into the cosmic background radiation of suburban existence? The lunch line mysteries encompass perhaps the most democratic category of phantom students, representing the egalitarian nature of hunger and the universal experience of institutional meal service. These are the faces glimpsed in peripheral vision, while navigating the complex social geography of cafeteria queues, individuals whose existence is confirmed only through their participation in the daily ritual of food acquisition and consumption. The lunch line operates according to unwritten rules that govern the flow of adolescent traffic through the narrow space between the serving counter and the first row of dining tables, creating a temporary community of individuals united only by their shared need for nutrition and their common subjection to the whims of institutional meal planning. Within this transient society, certain figures emerge as regular fixtures whose presence provides stability to the otherwise chaotic experience of cafeteria navigation. Margaret Chen occupies the position of unofficial lunchline diplomat. Her natural ability to maintain peaceful relations between competing social factions, making her invaluable during periods of heightened cafeteria tension. She possesses the rare gift of being able to engage any student in friendly conversation regardless of their academic achievement, social status, or species classification. Her inclusive approach to lunchtime socialization, creating bridges across divisions that typically prove insurmountable in other school settings. Her regular position, approximately third in line regardless of her actual arrival time, suggests either exceptional planning skills or supernatural ability to manipulate the space-time continuum for optimal meal service efficiency. Students who arrive before her somehow find themselves standing behind her by the time the line begins moving, yet this rearrangement occurs without complaint or apparent awareness from those affected by the mysterious queue reorganization. Timothy Rodriguez represents the mathematical precision that can be achieved through dedicated observation of cafeteria operations over extended periods. His ability to predict daily menu offerings with uncanny accuracy has earned him recognition as an informal consultant among students seeking to optimize their meal planning strategies. His predictions extend beyond simple menu rotation patterns to encompass complex variables such as ingredient substitutions, portion size adjustments, and the correlation between weather conditions and soup temperature. The accuracy of Timothy's forecasts approaches the supernatural, his success rate in predicting mystery meat compositions exceeding 95% over documented observation periods. This achievement becomes even more remarkable when one considers the intentionally opaque nature of institutional food labeling, which seems designed to prevent students from developing expectations about meal quality or nutritional content. Yet Timothy navigates these administrative obfuscations with the skill of an archaeologist deciphering ancient texts. Behind Timothy stands a rotating cast of students whose identities shift with the regularity of seasonal change, each individual maintaining their position in line only long enough to establish a recognizable presence before being replaced by someone whose appearance bears no resemblance to their predecessor. These substitutions occur with such seamless precision that casual observers rarely notice the personnel changes, creating the impression of continuity while actually representing constant flux. The phenomenon becomes particularly pronounced during periods of menu innovation, when the introduction of new food items creates uncertainty about optimal positioning within the lunch line hierarchy. During these transitional periods, the regular cast of phantom lunch participants demonstrates remarkable adaptability, adjusting their strategies with the fluid grace of experienced navigators responding to changing currents in familiar waters. Among the most intriguing aspects of lunchline society is the development of specialized roles that serve the broader community while providing individual students with clearly defined purposes within the temporary social structure. The position of trade distribution specialist, currently held by someone whose name remains unknown but whose efficiency in maintaining adequate supplies of eating utensils has prevented countless cafeteria crises, represents the kind of essential service that keeps institutional meal programs functioning despite their apparent chaos. The napkin conservationist, whose identity changes weekly but whose commitment to preventing waste remains constant, monitors the dispenser near the condiment station, with vigilance that borders on the obsessive. This individual's efforts to educate fellow students about appropriate napkin usage have contributed significantly to the cafeteria's environmental sustainability goals, while demonstrating that even the most mundane aspects of institutional dining can become vehicles for civic engagement. These lunch line phantoms, in their quiet dedication to the smooth operation of daily meal service, embody the spirit of community cooperation that makes complex social institutions possible. They ask for no recognition, seek no reward beyond the satisfaction of a meal successfully obtained, and disappear back into the broader population once their nutritional needs have been satisfied. Yet their collective contribution to the functioning of Elmore Junior High's social ecosystem cannot be overstated, their presence providing the stable foundation upon which more dramatic cafeteria events can unfold. In the gentle rhythm of their daily participation, these forgotten lunch line inhabitants remind us that civilization itself depends upon countless small acts of cooperation and consideration performed by individuals whose names may never be recorded in official histories, but whose contributions prove essential to the maintenance of ordered society. They stand in line not just for food, but as representatives of humanity's endless capacity to create community from the simple shared experience of hunger and the collective hope for institutional meals that might occasionally approach the realm of genuine nutrition. Beyond the carefully manicured boundaries of Elmore Junior High School, where institutional authority gradually gives way to the sprawling democracy of suburban residential life, there exists a parallel universe of phantom inhabitants, whose stories unfold in the spaces between mailboxes and garden gates, in the brief moments between drawing curtains and the eternal twilight of porch light illumination. These are the neighborhood phantoms, the residential mysteries who populate the background of domestic tranquility while remaining forever just beyond the reach of meaningful human connection. Their existence is confirmed through glimpses rather than encounters, shadows that move behind windows when no one should be home, silhouettes that pause at intersections just long enough to remind observers that every house contains lives, being lived in careful isolation from the broader narrative of community existence. They are the watchers and the watched, the neighbors whose proximity creates the illusion of familiarity, while their actual identities remain as mysterious as the contents of sealed envelopes or the conversations that occur behind closed doors. In the subdivision known as Maple Heights, where the streets are named after trees that were cleared to make room for the houses that now bear their memorial designations, the phenomenon of window dwelling has evolved into something approaching performance art. Every evening, as the sun begins its descent toward the horizon and the automatic streetlights prepare to assume their nocturnal responsibilities, certain windows throughout the neighborhood begin to glow with the warm light of inhabited spaces, while simultaneously revealing the silhouettes of figures whose activities suggest lives of quiet complexity. The house at 17 Oak Street, a modest two-story colonial whose architectural ambitions were clearly constrained by practical considerations of municipal budget and contractor availability, displays in its front-facing windows a nightly tableau that has captured the attention of evening joggers and dog walkers for seasons beyond easy counting. The downstairs window, framed by curtains whose pattern suggests a preference for floral motifs over geometric designs, reveals the shadow of someone who appears to be engaged in the repetitive motions of food preparation, their movements following rhythms that speak of long familiarity with domestic routine. This culinary phantom, whose gender and approximate age can only be guessed from the height and posture of their silhouette, maintains a schedule of remarkable consistency that suggests either profound dedication to nutritional routine or supernatural commitment to the appearance of normal domestic activity. Their presence in the kitchen window begins each evening at approximately 6:45 and continues until 7:30, the precise timing varying only by minutes that could be attributed to seasonal changes in daylight duration or minor adjustments in meal planning strategy. The upstairs window of the same house presents an entirely different domestic mystery, its illumination revealing the shadow of someone engaged in what appears to be elaborate, gesture-based communication with an unseen companion. The movements are too fluid and expressive to represent exercise routines, yet too structured and repetitive to suggest casual conversation. Some observers have theorized that they are witnessing sign language instruction or theatrical rehearsal, while others believe they are seeing evidence of religious or spiritual practices that require physical expression of abstract concepts. The identity of this expressive phantom remains as elusive as their purpose, their activities continuing night after night, with variations that suggest improvisation within established frameworks rather than rigid adherence to scripted performance. On certain evenings, their gestures take on qualities of urgency that imply communication about matters of significant importance, while other nights display the relaxed fluidity of social interaction between familiar companions who share comfortable understanding of each other's conversational patterns. At 23 Elm Avenue, a ranch-style house whose single story spreads horizontally across a lot that previous owners clearly intended to showcase their commitment to lawn maintenance above architectural innovation, the evening window displays present a different category of residential mystery altogether. The living room window, positioned to provide optimal viewing angles for both inhabitants and passers-by, reveals a scene that appears to have been frozen in time since approximately 1978, judging from the visible furniture silhouettes and the general aesthetic implications of the window treatments. The phantom occupant of this temporal capsule appears to spend their evenings in what can only be described as contemplative immobility, their form occupying the same chair night after night while facing what observers assume to be a television whose programming preferences remain unknowable. The consistency of their positioning suggests either profound satisfaction with their entertainment choices or philosophical acceptance of whatever content the universe chooses to provide through electronic media during the hours between dinner and sleep. What makes this particular window phantom especially intriguing is the apparent presence of multiple additional figures whose shadows occasionally move across the room's background, their trajectories suggesting domestic activities that occur independently of the primary occupant's television viewing routine. These secondary phantoms appear and disappear with unpredictable timing, their brief passages through the illuminated space creating momentary compositions that speak of family life continuing its eternal cycles of cooperation and coexistence. The basement window of 41 Pine Street presents perhaps the most enigmatic of all neighborhood window mysteries, its below-ground perspective offering glimpses of activities that seem to defy conventional understanding of residential space utilization. The phantom inhabitant of this subterranean realm appears to be engaged in projects that require extensive preparation and cleanup, their movements suggesting craftsmanship or artistic creation, rather than simple storage organization or mechanical maintenance. The materials visible in silhouette through the basement window imply workshops equipped for purposes that extend beyond typical homeowner maintenance requirements, their shapes suggesting specialized tools and equipment that speak of serious commitment to whatever creative or productive activities occur in this underground sanctuary. The phantom craftsperson moves among these implements with the confidence of long familiarity, their gestures indicating expertise developed through years of dedicated practice. During certain phases of the moon, when atmospheric conditions create optimal visibility through the basement window, Observers have reported seeing evidence of multiple workstations organized according to principles that suggest either extraordinary efficiency or obsessive-compulsive attention to spatial optimization. The phantom artisan appears to rotate between these stations according to schedules that follow no discernible pattern, their activities creating a rhythm of productivity that continues long into hours when most residential neighborhoods have settled into the silence of sleep. The walking background characters represent an entirely different category of neighborhood phantom, their existence confirmed through brief encounters during the routine navigation of suburban pedestrian infrastructure. These are the figures glimpsed during morning commutes and afternoon errands. Individuals whose presence in the public spaces of residential life suggests stories that unfold parallel to, but separate from the primary narratives of community existence. Their appearances follow patterns that speak of lives organized around schedules and routines that intersect with public observation only during the narrow windows when private necessity requires temporary exposure to communal space. They emerge from houses whose architectural details remain unnoticed except during these brief moments of human visibility, their clothing and deportment, suggesting domestic circumstances that can only be guessed from external evidence and contextual clues. Margaret Patterson, whose name is known only through overheard fragments of cell phone conversations conducted while walking, appears each Tuesday and Friday morning at approximately 8:15, her route taking her from the blue house with white shutters on Birch Lane to the bus stop at the corner of Maple and 3rd Street. Her walking pace suggests someone who has calculated the exact timing required to arrive at destinations with neither rushing nor delay, her movements displaying the efficiency of someone who has optimized pedestrian transportation through careful observation and mathematical precision. Her wardrobe consists entirely of clothing in neutral tones that suggest professional employment in environments where personal expression must be balanced against institutional expectations of appropriate appearance. The consistency of her color choices creates the impression of someone who has solved the daily problem of getting dressed through systematic reduction of variables, her clothing serving functional purposes rather than making statements about individual personality or aesthetic preferences. The mystery of Margaret's destination deepens when one considers that no bus route actually serves the corner where she waits each Tuesday and Friday morning. Yet she maintains her schedule with religious consistency, despite the apparent absence of public transportation. Some observers have theorized that she participates in an informal carpool arrangement whose other members remain invisible to casual observation, while others believe she uses the bus stop as a meeting point for activities that occur beyond the boundaries of residential surveillance. Harold Chen follows a different pattern of neighborhood visibility, his appearances occurring during afternoon hours when most working residents remain confined within office buildings and commercial establishments. His route varies from day to day, yet always includes a stop at the mailbox cluster that serves houses on the north side of Oak Street. His interaction with the postal service infrastructure, suggesting either extraordinary correspondence volume or professional responsibilities that require frequent monitoring of mail delivery. His clothing suggests retirement from employment that required formal business attire, his wardrobe consisting of items that appear to have been expensive when originally purchased yet now show the gentle wear patterns that indicate careful maintenance rather than frequent replacement. His walking pace reflects the measured approach of someone who has discovered that rushing toward destinations provides no meaningful advantage when time itself has become a resource available in abundance rather than scarcity. The most intriguing aspect of Harold's pedestrian routine lies in his apparent ability to encounter other neighborhood phantoms at intersections and crosswalks, his interactions with these equally mysterious figures suggesting a network of relationships that operates entirely within the public spaces of residential life. Their conversations, conducted in voices too quiet for casual eavesdropping, appear to cover topics of mutual interest that require neither extended discussion nor emotional intensity. These intersection encounters follow no predictable schedule. Yet when they occur, they display the comfortable familiarity of individuals who have developed understanding through regular contact over extended periods. Their body language suggests neither romantic attachment nor family relationships, but rather the kind of companionate friendship that can develop between people who share common experiences without requiring detailed knowledge of each other's private circumstances. The seasonal neighbors present a temporal mystery that challenges conventional understanding of residential stability and housing occupancy patterns. These are individuals and families whose presence in specific houses appears to correlate with calendar seasons, their occupancy, creating the impression of permanent residence, while actually representing temporary arrangements that follow cycles of departure and return with astronomical regularity. The yellow house at the corner of Elm and 3rd Street exemplifies this phenomenon, its windows showing signs of inhabited life during spring and summer months, while remaining dark and apparently vacant throughout autumn and winter periods. The transitions between occupied and unoccupied states occur with such smoothness that casual observers rarely notice the change until weeks after it has occurred, the shift from inhabited to vacant status happening gradually rather than through obvious moving day activities. During their periods of residence, the seasonal occupants of this corner house display behavioral patterns that suggest complete integration into neighborhood routines, their participation in sidewalk maintenance and garden care, indicating commitment to community standards despite their temporary status. Their lawn remains trimmed according to municipal regulations. Their garbage containers appear at curbside according to collection schedules, and their exterior lighting follows the same patterns of evening illumination that characterize permanently occupied residences. Yet when autumn arrives and daylight hours begin their annual contraction, these model neighbors vanish with the thoroughness of morning fog, their departure leaving behind no forwarding addresses, no indication of their intended destination, and no explanation for their cyclical absence. The house enters a state of maintenance hibernation that suggests professional property management rather than abandonment, its systems continuing to function while showing no signs of human occupation. The spring return of these seasonal phantoms occurs with equal mystery, their reappearance happening overnight as if they had never left, their immediate resumption of neighborhood participation suggesting either extraordinary organizational efficiency or supernatural ability to maintain community relationships across temporal discontinuities. Children who played in their yard during previous summer seasons pick up games and friendships exactly where they were interrupted by autumn departure, creating an illusion of continuity that defies logical explanation. Similar patterns occur at multiple locations throughout the residential areas surrounding Elmore Junior High, creating a network of seasonal occupancy that suggests either coordinated migration patterns or participation in economic arrangements that require cyclical residence changes. These phantom neighbors contribute to community life during their periods of presence while leaving behind no lasting traces of their temporary domestic establishment, their existence confirmed only through the memories of permanent residents who witnessed their recurring appearances and disappearances. The mailman's route provides perhaps the most comprehensive survey of neighborhood phantom activity, his daily navigation of residential streets creating opportunities for brief encounters with inhabitants who might otherwise remain invisible to casual community observation. Through his professional necessity of approaching every residential address, regardless of its apparent occupancy status or the social accessibility of its residents, he becomes an inadvertent chronicler of suburban life in all its visible and hidden complexity. His observations, shared only through carefully worded conversations with residents who happen to encounter him during their own outdoor activities, reveal a neighborhood population that significantly exceeds the numbers suggested by voter registration records or school enrollment statistics. Houses that appear vacant to passing motorists show evidence of regular postal service utilization, their mailboxes receiving correspondence that indicates active participation in commercial and social networks despite the absence of visible human activity during daylight hours. The postal professional describes encounters with residents whose existence seems confined to the brief moments when mail delivery requires face-to-face interaction. Individuals who appear at doorways with the sudden materialization of people who have been waiting just inside threshold boundaries for the sound of approaching postal vehicles. These doorway phantoms accept packages and certified letters with expressions of gratitude that suggest genuine appreciation for human contact, yet they retreat back into domestic privacy with the speed of people who find extended social interaction uncomfortable or unnecessary. Their clothing and general appearance suggest lives lived primarily within indoor environments, their pale complexions and careful movements indicating limited exposure to outdoor activities or extensive physical exertion. Yet their homes, glimpsed briefly through doorway openings, display evidence of active occupancy and careful maintenance, their interior spaces suggesting domestic routines that continue independently of community observation or social interaction. Among the most memorable of these postal encounters are the recipients of specialized mail delivery services, individuals whose correspondence includes packages that require signature confirmation and envelopes whose return addresses suggest participation in organizations or institutions that operate beyond the boundaries of local community knowledge. These recipients display familiarity with postal procedures that indicates regular experience with complex mail transactions, yet their names appear on no community organization membership lists or local business directories. The mailman describes one particular resident whose daily mail volume suggests either extensive business correspondence or participation in numerous subscription services, yet whose house shows no external signs of commercial activity or excessive consumer consumption. The packages delivered to this address arrive from distributors and manufacturers, whose names span every category of goods and services, creating the impression of someone who maintains active relationships with the broader commercial economy while remaining completely isolated from local retail establishments. This phantom consumer accepts deliveries with expressions of expectation rather than surprise, their reactions suggesting that each package represents the fulfillment of carefully planned orders rather than impulse purchases or unexpected gifts. Yet the contents of these packages remain as mysterious as their recipient's identity, their purpose unknowable except through the circumstantial evidence provided by shipping labels and return addresses. The mystery extends beyond individual recipients to encompass entire blocks where mail delivery patterns suggest residential occupancy that contradicts visual evidence of vacancy or abandonment. Houses whose lawns remain untended and whose exterior maintenance suggests extended absence continue to receive mail delivery, their postal service indicating residents whose existence occurs entirely within interior spaces or during hours when community observation remains minimal. These phantom mail recipients maintain active correspondence with government agencies, financial institutions, and service providers, their postal transactions indicating full participation in the administrative requirements of modern citizenship. Despite their apparent absence from visible community life, they pay utility bills, receive tax documents, and maintain subscriptions to publications whose content can only be guessed from the shapes and weights of delivered packages. The moving families represent perhaps the most transient category of neighborhood phantoms, their brief residence periods, creating temporary additions to community population that vanish before meaningful relationships can develop or permanent impressions can form. These phantom residents appear to specialize in houses that serve as stepping stones between more permanent domestic arrangements, their occupancy providing bridge housing for circumstances that require temporary residential solutions. Their moving trucks arrive during hours that minimize community observation, their relocation activities conducted with efficiency that suggests professional coordination rather than amateur packing and transport. The brevity of their residence periods indicates either extraordinary flexibility in housing arrangements or participation in lifestyle patterns that require frequent location changes for reasons that remain unexplained to permanent neighbors. During their temporary occupancy, these phantom families maintain minimal interaction with surrounding residents, their behavior suggesting either natural introversion or deliberate strategies for avoiding social entanglements that would complicate their inevitable departure. They participate in basic community requirements, such as lawn maintenance and garbage disposal, yet they make no efforts to establish relationships that would create emotional complications when moving day arrives. Their children, when present, display remarkable adaptability to educational transitions, their enrollment in and departure from local schools occurring with administrative smoothness that suggests familiarity with frequent relocations. These phantom students integrate into classroom routines with the efficiency of people who have learned to establish temporary social connections without expecting long-term friendships, their academic performance maintaining consistency despite the disruption of constant educational change. The departure of moving families occurs with the same discretion as their arrival, their possessions disappearing into trucks that arrive during hours, when most neighbors remain occupied with indoor activities or absent from the area entirely. By the time permanent residents notice the vacant house, new phantom families have often already begun the process of temporary occupancy, their presence confirmed through the resumption of mail delivery and the appearance of different vehicles in driveways that had briefly returned to empty status. In the garden spaces and front yard landscapes of Elmore's residential neighborhoods, where the battle between human cultivation and natural entropy plays out in seasonal cycles of planting, maintenance, and inevitable surrender to organic chaos, there exists a category of phantom witnesses whose stone faces observe the passage of suburban time with expressions of eternal patience and supernatural indifference to the small dramas of domestic life. These garden gnome witnesses, positioned according to aesthetic principles that speak of homeowner aspirations toward outdoor decoration and landscape enhancement, serve as silent chroniclers of neighborhood activity, whose ceramic eyes have recorded countless moments of human interaction while maintaining the absolute discretion that their inanimate nature demands. Their presence in yards and garden spaces creates points of visual stability that contrast with the constant flux of seasonal plant growth and the periodic rearrangement of outdoor furniture. Among these ceramic observers, certain figures have achieved positions of particular strategic importance, their placement providing optimal viewing angles for monitoring activities that occur within multiple residential properties simultaneously. The gnome position near the Rose Garden at 37 Maple Street commands a surveillance territory that encompasses portions of 3 different backyards, his ceramic gaze encompassing barbecue gatherings, children's birthday parties, and the quiet conversations that occur between neighbors when they believe themselves unobserved. His weathered features, shaped by seasons of rain and snow, wind and sun, have developed a patina that suggests wisdom earned through extended observation of human behavior patterns. His pointed red hat, once bright with fresh paint, has faded to a muted tone that allows him to blend seamlessly into the garden environment while maintaining his vigilant watch over domestic activities that unfold within his ceramic line of sight. The positioning of garden gnome witnesses throughout residential neighborhoods creates a network of silent observation that documents the rhythms of suburban life with accuracy that exceeds any technological surveillance system. Their placement appears random to casual observers, yet careful analysis reveals strategic positioning that suggests either extraordinary coincidence or deliberate coordination by forces that operate beyond normal homeowner decision-making processes. During evening hours, when porch lights create shadows that animate the faces of ceramic observers with flickering suggestions of consciousness, these garden gnome witnesses seem to participate in the community life they observe, their expressions appearing to change in response to the activities that unfold within their territories. Children playing in nearby yards sometimes report conversations with gnome figures who appear to respond to direct questions with subtle shifts in facial expression or barely perceptible movements of ceramic features. These interactions, dismissed by adults as products of childhood imagination enhanced by outdoor lighting effects, nevertheless create bonds between young residents and their ceramic observers that persist through seasons of growth and change. The gnomes serve as confidants for secrets that cannot be shared with parents or teachers. Their absolute discretion and unchanging presence, providing emotional stability during periods when everything else in children's lives seems subject to constant modification and adult intervention. The garden gnome at 49 Oak Street has achieved particular prominence among neighborhood children for his apparent ability to provide guidance during moments of moral uncertainty or social confusion. His position beneath the old oak tree, whose branches create natural shelter from both weather and parental observation, makes him accessible to children seeking advice about problems that seem too complex for adult understanding or too embarrassing for peer discussion. His ceramic features, worn smooth by decades of weather exposure, display an expression of benevolent wisdom that seems to invite confidence, while promising judgment-free reception of whatever concerns might be shared with him. Children approach him during after-school hours when parental supervision remains minimal, their consultations with the ceramic counselor creating a tradition of juvenile guidance that has persisted through multiple generations of neighborhood families. The advice attributed to this particular gnome witness, as reported by children who claim to have received his counsel, demonstrates remarkable consistency with traditional values of honesty, kindness, and personal responsibility. His supposed responses to questions about friendship conflicts, academic challenges, and family relationships invariably emphasize solutions that require courage and integrity rather than cleverness or avoidance. His ceramic wisdom, focusing on character development rather than immediate problem resolution. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the garden gnome witnesses lies not in their individual presence, but in their collective function as markers of neighborhood continuity and domestic stability. Their persistence through seasons and years, their resistance to the forces of change that constantly modify every other aspect of residential environments, creates anchor points of familiar reference that help residents navigate the subtle transitions that occur in community life over extended periods. When families move away and new residents take possession of houses, the garden gnomes often remain in their established positions, their presence creating continuity between different periods of occupancy. New homeowners inherit these ceramic observers, along with property boundaries and utility connections, their domestic arrangements adapting to accommodate witnesses whose territorial claims predate their own arrival in the neighborhood. The accumulated observations of these silent guardians represent an unwritten history of suburban development that encompasses everything from architectural modifications to family celebrations, From seasonal garden changes to the arrival and departure of pets whose brief lifespans create cycles of joy and mourning, that the eternal gnomes witness with expressions of unchanging sympathy and understanding. In their patient observation of human activities, these garden gnome witnesses embody the kind of steadfast attention that seems increasingly rare in an age of constant distraction and rapid change. They represent the possibility of bearing witness to life's small moments with the kind of focused presence that transforms routine activities into meaningful experiences worthy of memory and reflection. Their ceramic faces, shaped by artisans whose names have been forgotten but whose understanding of human nature continues to resonate through the expressions they created, remind viewers that observation itself can be a form of participation, that witnessing the lives of others with attention and respect contributes to the fabric of community, even when that witnessing occurs in silence. As evening settles over Elmore's residential neighborhoods and porch lights begin their nightly illumination of domestic spaces, these garden gnome witnesses continue their eternal vigil, their presence creating small islands of stability in the flowing river of suburban change, their silent observation providing a form of blessing upon the ordinary activities of extraordinary people, living lives of quiet complexity in the spaces between public notice and private dreams. In the vast and intricate economy of Elmore's suburban landscape, where the mundane machinery of modern civilization hums with the quiet persistence of systems designed to function beneath the threshold of conscious awareness, there exists an entire population of service industry heroes whose daily labors create the foundation upon which comfortable middle-class existence depends, yet whose individual stories remain as invisible as the infrastructure they maintain and the services they provide with professional dedication that borders on the sacred. These are the forgotten workers of the service economy, the individuals whose expertise ensures that cash registers function smoothly during peak shopping hours, that packages arrive at intended destinations despite the chaos of modern logistics systems, and that the countless small breakdowns of mechanical civilization are repaired before they can disrupt the illusion of technological reliability that contemporary life requires for psychological stability and social functioning. Their presence in the background of daily commercial transactions creates a rhythm of competence and reliability that allows residents of Elmore to navigate the complexities of consumer culture without requiring detailed understanding of the human systems that make such navigation possible. They are the specialists whose specialized knowledge compensates for the general ignorance that characterizes modern suburban existence, where most residents understand very little about how the services they depend upon actually function at operational levels. Among the most numerous yet least recognized of these service industry phantoms are the unnamed cashiers who staff the checkout stations at retail establishments throughout Elmore's commercial districts, their faces becoming familiar through repetitive encounters, while their names and personal circumstances remain as mysterious as the corporate policies that govern their employment conditions and determine their scheduling assignments. At the grocery store on Elm Street, where the weekly ritual of food procurement brings together residents from across the socio-economic spectrum of suburban life, Patricia Williams has occupied register number 3 for what seems like geological ages, her presence providing continuity through management changes, seasonal employee turnover, and the periodic reorganizations that characterize retail operations in an economy driven by quarterly profit expectations rather than long-term stability. Her expertise in the arcane arts of produce code memorization approaches the supernatural, her ability to identify exotic fruits and specialty vegetables by sight alone, creating checkout efficiency that transforms grocery shopping from potential ordeal into smoothly coordinated transaction. She possesses encyclopedic knowledge of price per pound calculations for items sold by weight, her mental mathematics eliminating the delays that would otherwise occur when electronic scales malfunction, or when customers select items that lack proper barcode identification. Yet Patricia's true gift lies not in her technical proficiency, but in her ability to maintain human warmth within the mechanized environment of modern retail transactions. She remembers regular customers' preferences for paper versus plastic bags, their typical payment methods, and their dietary restrictions that require careful attention during the scanning process. Her interactions with elderly shoppers display patience that suggests genuine respect for the dignity of people whose grocery shopping represents their primary form of social interaction during weeks when family visits remain infrequent. Her conversations with parents managing young children demonstrate understanding of the challenges involved in coordinating grocery procurement with child supervision. Her willingness to engage toddlers in friendly banter, providing crucial moments of distraction that allow overwhelmed caregivers to complete their transactions without the stress of managing public tantrums or disciplinary interventions. She maintains a supply of stickers featuring cartoon characters that she distributes to young customers whose cooperation during checkout procedures earns recognition for their contribution to family shopping efficiency. The mystery of Patricia's life beyond the grocery store remains as complete as if she materializes at Register 3 each morning through supernatural intervention and disappears into another dimension when her shift concludes. Customers who encounter her during off-duty hours in other commercial establishments report a sense of cognitive dissonance, as if seeing a teacher outside school or meeting a television personality at the post office. Her existence beyond the checkout station, challenging assumptions about the boundaries between professional and personal identity. At the hardware store on Maple Avenue, where weekend warriors and amateur repair enthusiasts seek solutions to domestic maintenance challenges that exceed their technical competence, Robert Martinez has achieved legendary status among customers whose home improvement ambitions consistently outpace their practical skills and tool ownership. His ability to diagnose mechanical problems from verbal descriptions that lack precision or technical accuracy represents a form of mechanical telepathy that transforms frustrated homeowner explanations into actionable repair strategies. Robert's expertise encompasses plumbing mysteries that confound licensed professionals, electrical puzzles that would challenge engineering graduates, and carpentry problems that seem to defy the basic laws of physics and structural engineering. His recommendations for tools and materials demonstrate understanding of both optimal solutions for specific problems and realistic assessments of customer skill levels. His advice calibrated to prevent amateur disasters while enabling successful completion of repair projects. His patient instruction in the proper use of power tools creates informal educational opportunities that supplement the inadequate preparation most suburban residents receive for the technical challenges of home ownership. He demonstrates measuring techniques, explains the principles underlying various fastening systems, and provides safety warnings that prevent emergency room visits while enabling customer confidence in tackling projects that might otherwise require expensive professional intervention. Yet Robert's greatest service to the community lies in his willingness to serve as consultant for problems that extend beyond simple hardware solutions into the realm of life philosophy and domestic psychology. Customers facing marriage stress related to home improvement disagreements find in him a neutral advisor whose technical expertise provides objective frameworks for resolving disputes about renovation priorities and budget allocation. His recommendations often include subtle psychological insights that address underlying relationship dynamics rather than simply solving immediate mechanical problems. A customer seeking advice about kitchen cabinet installation might receive guidance that encompasses communication strategies for coordinating spousal cooperation, time management approaches that minimize domestic disruption, and compromise solutions that satisfy competing aesthetic preferences while maintaining structural integrity. The loading dock behind Elmore's main retail district provides a hidden theater where delivery personnel perform the complex choreography of modern logistics, their coordination of truck scheduling, package sorting, and route optimization, creating the supply chain reliability that enables just-in-time inventory management and next-day delivery promises that contemporary consumers have learned to expect as basic commercial rights rather than technological miracles. Among these logistics professionals, Maria Gonzalez has earned recognition for her supernatural ability to maximize cargo space utilization through three-dimensional arrangement of packages that appear to violate basic geometric principles. Her loading strategies achieve volume efficiency that approaches theoretical mathematical limits, while maintaining package security that prevents damage during transport over road surfaces that seem designed to test the durability of everything they carry. Her route planning demonstrates geographic knowledge that encompasses not only street addresses but also the behavioral patterns of recipients, whose availability for delivery varies according to work schedules, family obligations, and seasonal lifestyle modifications. She understands which customers prefer morning deliveries to avoid package theft, which addresses require special handling due to aggressive pets or challenging accessibility, and which neighborhoods experience peak traffic congestion during specific time periods that affect delivery scheduling. Maria's interaction with customers during delivery transactions reveals psychological sensitivity that transforms routine package handoffs into moments of human connection that brighten days and create positive associations with commercial transactions. She remembers names, inquires about family members mentioned in previous conversations, and provides updates about weather conditions or traffic situations that might affect customers' daily planning. Her ability to locate addresses in neighborhoods where house numbering follows no logical system and street signs provide misleading or incomplete information represents navigational expertise that rivals professional cartographers. She maintains mental maps of residential districts that include information about seasonal address visibility, temporary construction obstacles, and the location of houses whose architectural features make them difficult to identify from street level. The mystery delivery personnel who handle packages requiring special security clearance operate according to protocols that seem borrowed from espionage novels. Their professional discretion, extending beyond simple customer service into realms of confidentiality that suggest involvement in transactions of unusual sensitivity or commercial importance. These specialized logistics professionals arrive in unmarked vehicles, require multiple forms of identification verification, and maintain documentation procedures that exceed normal commercial delivery requirements. Their packages often lack return addresses or sender identification, their contents remaining mysterious even to recipients who seem to expect deliveries without knowing specific arrival timing. The interactions between these specialized delivery personnel and their customers display familiarity that suggests ongoing business relationships while maintaining professional distance that prevents casual observers from understanding the nature of services being provided. Throughout Elmore's municipal infrastructure, an army of maintenance workers ensures the continued functioning of systems whose complexity remains invisible to residents who benefit from their expertise without understanding the technical challenges involved in keeping civilized society operational during periods of weather extremes, equipment aging, and budgetary constraints that require creative problem-solving and resourceful adaptation of limited resources. The water treatment facility on the outskirts of town employs specialists whose knowledge of chemical engineering and biological systems enables the transformation of questionable raw materials into potable water that meets safety standards while remaining economically viable for municipal budget constraints. Their work occurs in facilities that most residents prefer not to contemplate, their professional dedication creating the foundation of public health that enables urban density without medieval disease patterns. These water treatment professionals monitor bacterial levels, adjust chemical concentrations, and maintain filtration systems with precision that approaches scientific research while working within political frameworks that often prioritize cost reduction over optimal system performance. Their expertise compensates for equipment limitations and infrastructure aging that would otherwise compromise water quality to levels that would create public health emergencies. Their daily reports document system performance metrics that translate into municipal statistics, yet their individual contributions to community health remain as invisible as the underground pipes that deliver their processed water to residential taps. They work in shifts that ensure 24-hour system monitoring, while maintaining personal lives that must accommodate the unpredictable demands of equipment, failures, and weather emergencies that require immediate professional response. The garbage collection crews who traverse residential neighborhoods during early morning hours, when most residents remain asleep, represent a form of municipal ballet that coordinates human labor with mechanical systems to achieve waste removal efficiency that transforms potential sanitation disasters into smoothly functioning environmental management. Their work requires physical stamina, route optimization skills, and mechanical expertise that encompasses both truck operation and system maintenance under challenging conditions. These sanitation professionals develop intimate knowledge of neighborhood waste patterns that reflects economic conditions, seasonal activities, and demographic changes in ways that would provide valuable sociological data if anyone bothered to analyze their observations systematically. They understand which households generate above-average waste volumes, which residents participate most conscientiously in recycling programs, and which areas require modified collection strategies due to street design or vehicle accessibility limitations. Their interaction with residents during collection hours reveals community relationships that develop through brief but regular encounters. Their recognition of household patterns, creating informal neighborhood watch capabilities that contribute to residential security through their presence during hours when criminal activity might otherwise go unobserved. They notice changes in occupancy patterns, identify packages left unattended for extended periods, and observe vehicle movements that might indicate unusual activity in normally quiet residential areas. The postal workers who maintain mail delivery service throughout Elmore's suburban expanses represent the last vestige of universal government service that reaches every residential address regardless of economic status or geographic accessibility. Their commitment to complete delivery coverage, creating communication networks that enable democratic participation and commercial transactions in areas where private courier services would find operations economically unviable. Their knowledge of address systems encompasses not only official street designations, but also the informal location identifiers that residents use when providing directions to visitors who lack familiarity with neighborhood geography. They understand which house numbers are missing from sequence due to superstition or developer oversight, which addresses share access roads that create confusion for delivery services, and which locations require special handling due to aggressive pets or challenging terrain. The rural postal routes that extend into Elmore's agricultural periphery require navigation skills that encompass both road conditions that change seasonally and property boundaries that may not correspond with official maps or GPS coordinates. These postal professionals maintain delivery service to addresses that exist in geographic isolation, their regular visits often representing the only reliable human contact for residents whose circumstances limit their mobility or social interaction opportunities. Their vehicles serve as mobile offices equipped for weather conditions that range from summer heat that approaches dangerous levels to winter storms that transform routine delivery into survival challenges, requiring emergency preparedness and mechanical reliability under extreme stress conditions. They carry supplies that enable completion of routes despite equipment failures, weather obstacles, and unexpected detours around road construction or accident scenes. The emergency service providers who respond to calls for assistance during crisis situations represent the intersection between technical expertise and human compassion. Their professional training, encompassing both mechanical skills and psychological preparation for encountering human suffering and community disaster. These first responders arrive at scenes where normal social expectations have been suspended by emergency conditions, their presence providing stability during periods when residents must confront limitations of their own preparedness and self-reliance. The firefighters who staff Elmore's emergency response stations maintain readiness for situations that range from structural fires, requiring coordinated suppression efforts, to medical emergencies, where their training in emergency, médical technique, provide crucial intervention before ambulance services can arrive at remote locations. Their equipment represents significant municipal investment in specialized tools and vehicles designed for low-frequency but high-stakes applications where equipment failure could result in property destruction or loss of life. Their community involvement extends beyond emergency response into fire prevention education that includes school visits, safety inspections, and public demonstrations of emergency procedures that help residents prepare for situations they hope never to encounter. These educational outreach efforts create relationships with community members that transform abstract municipal services into personal connections with neighbors who happen to possess specialized training and equipment for crisis response. The paramedics who provide emergency medical services operate according to protocols that require split-second decision-making under conditions of medical urgency and emotional stress. Their training encompassing both technical medical procedures and communication skills necessary for interacting with patients and family members during situations where normal social conventions prove inadequate for the psychological demands of medical crisis. Their equipment represents mobile emergency rooms capable of providing sophisticated medical intervention during transport to hospital facilities, their vehicles serving as platforms for medical procedures that bridge the gap between initial emergency assessment and definitive hospital treatment. They maintain readiness for medical situations that encompass everything from routine injuries requiring basic first aid to complex trauma cases, requiring advanced life support during extended transport periods. The professional interactions between emergency medical personnel and hospital emergency rooms create networks of medical expertise that coordinate care transitions and ensure continuity of treatment despite the challenges of providing medical services in vehicles that lack the controlled environment and complete equipment availability of fixed medical facilities. Among the least visible yet most essential service workers are the custodial and maintenance professionals who ensure the continued operation of public facilities, commercial establishments, and institutional buildings whose functioning requires constant attention to details that occupants rarely notice until something fails to work properly. These maintenance specialists possess diagnostic skills that enable identification of potential problems before they develop into system failures that would disrupt normal operations. The school custodians who maintain educational facilities after regular hours work in buildings that show the accumulated effects of daily use by hundreds of children whose energy levels and hygiene standards create ongoing challenges for facility cleanliness and equipment functionality. Their work encompasses everything from routine floor maintenance to emergency repairs of heating systems during winter weather, when building occupant comfort directly affects educational effectiveness. Their knowledge of building systems encompasses electrical, plumbing, heating, and ventilation components whose proper functioning requires technical expertise that extends beyond simple cleaning duties into realms of mechanical engineering and preventive maintenance. They coordinate repair schedules with building occupancy patterns to minimize disruption of educational activities while ensuring that necessary maintenance occurs according to schedules that prevent expensive emergency repairs. The office building maintenance crews who service commercial facilities during evening and weekend hours work in spaces designed for professional activities, their cleaning and maintenance duties requiring sensitivity to business, confidentiality, and respect for equipment and materials whose mishandling could affect commercial operations. They maintain security protocols that protect client information while ensuring building systems function reliably for businesses whose operations depend on environmental control and equipment reliability. These commercial maintenance professionals often serve as informal building managers who monitor security systems, coordinate with service providers, and respond to after-hours emergencies that could affect business operations if not addressed promptly. Their work schedules coordinate with building security systems to ensure facility access while maintaining protection against unauthorized entry during hours when normal business activities do not occur. In the quiet hours when most of Elmore sleeps and the visible economy retreats into domestic privacy, these service industry heroes continue their essential work of maintaining the infrastructure and systems that enable comfortable suburban existence. Their expertise, dedication, and professional competence create the foundation upon which community life depends, their individual contributions forming collective support for social and economic activities that most residents take for granted until system failures remind everyone of their dependence on services they rarely think about during normal operations. Their stories remain untold, not because they lack interest or importance, but because their greatest professional achievement lies in providing services so reliably that their existence becomes invisible to those who benefit most directly from their expertise and dedication. In their quiet competence and consistent performance, they embody the virtues that make civilized society possible, while asking for little recognition beyond fair compensation and basic respect for the dignity of honest work performed with skill and integrity. In the ethereal realm of digital existence, where electrons dance through circuits to create alternate realities that blur the boundaries between physical presence and virtual manifestation, there dwells a population of phantom inhabitants whose stories unfold within the glowing rectangles of screens and the invisible networks of wireless communication, their existence confirmed through pixels and data streams, yet their humanity remaining as mysterious as the algorithms that govern their electronic domains. These digital age phantoms represent a new category of forgotten character whose influence permeates every aspect of contemporary suburban life, while their individual identities remain as elusive as the electromagnetic signals that carry their voices and images across distances that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of human communication. They exist simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, their presence felt through the mediation of technology, yet their physical locations as unknowable as the server farms and transmission towers that enable their ethereal manifestation. Their realm encompasses everything from the carefully produced commercial messages that interrupt entertainment programming to the spontaneous social media personalities who achieve fleeting fame through algorithmic amplification of content that resonates with audiences whose attention spans measure in seconds rather than minutes. They are the voices heard through telephone speakers, the faces glimpsed in video calls, and the personalities that emerge through the careful curation of online profiles designed to project idealized versions of lives that may bear little resemblance to their creators' actual daily experiences. In the commercial breaks that punctuate television programming throughout Elmore's media landscape, where the art of persuasion meets the science of demographic targeting to create messages designed to transform passive viewers into active consumers, there appears a rotating cast of performers whose professional dedication to the craft of advertising creates memorable moments that often outlive the products they were commissioned to promote. The spokesperson for Elmore Electronics, whose name remains as mysterious as his apparent ability to demonstrate the benefits of consumer products with enthusiasm that borders on the supernatural, has achieved legendary status among viewers whose purchasing decisions have been influenced by his compelling presentations of technological solutions to problems they never realized they possessed. His performances combine technical expertise with theatrical flair, his explanations of complex electronic features delivered with clarity that transforms confusion into confidence and skepticism into desire. His wardrobe consists entirely of clothing that suggests professional competence without intimidating viewers who might feel alienated by excessive displays of technical sophistication. His appearance calibrated to project trustworthiness while maintaining the approachable demeanor that effective salesmanship requires. His demonstrations of product features follow choreographed sequences that have been refined through repetition until every gesture serves the dual purpose of information, delivery, and emotional persuasion. The mystery of his identity extends beyond simple professional discretion into realms of commercial mythology, where successful advertising personalities become larger than life through repeated exposure, while their actual lives remain protected by the anonymity that corporate marketing strategies require. Viewers who encounter him during personal shopping expeditions report cognitive dissonance similar to celebrity sightings, their familiarity with his television persona, creating expectations of recognition that his professional obligations prevent him from fulfilling. His product demonstrations achieve technical accuracy while maintaining the entertainment value necessary to hold audience attention during programming interruptions that most viewers consider unwelcome intrusions rather than valuable information opportunities. His ability to make complex technological features seem both necessary and accessible represents a form of educational entertainment that bridges the gap between consumer ignorance and purchasing confidence. The automotive commercials that dominate weekend sports programming feature a different category of advertising performer whose expertise lies in communicating the emotional benefits of vehicle ownership rather than simply listing technical specifications and pricing information. These automotive ambassadors understand that successful car sales depend more on fantasy fulfillment than practical transportation needs. Their presentations designed to associate specific vehicle models with lifestyle aspirations rather than mechanical capabilities. The primary spokesperson for Elmore Automotive, whose rugged appearance and confident demeanor suggest someone equally comfortable navigating city traffic and wilderness trails, delivers his sales messages from locations that showcase both urban sophistication and outdoor adventure capabilities. His presentations occur against backdrops that include mountain vistas, downtown business districts, and suburban driveways that represent the diverse environments where potential customers might imagine themselves enjoying vehicle ownership. His delivery style combines authoritative expertise with neighborly accessibility, his tone suggesting someone who genuinely cares about matching customers with vehicles that suit their specific needs rather than simply maximizing sales volume through high-pressure techniques. His product knowledge encompasses both mechanical specifications and lifestyle considerations, his recommendations addressing practical concerns while acknowledging the emotional factors that influence major purchase decisions. The pharmaceutical advertising that appears during daytime programming targets audiences whose medical concerns create receptiveness to messages about treatment options that might improve quality of life despite potential side effects that require careful consideration and professional medical supervision. These medical advertising performers must balance optimism about treatment possibilities with legal obligations to communicate risk information that could discourage product usage. The primary pharmaceutical spokesperson, whose presentations have become familiar to Elmore residents during morning television programming, combines medical authority with empathetic understanding of health challenges that affect quality of life for patients whose conditions may not respond to conventional treatment approaches. Her presentations acknowledge the frustration of living with chronic conditions while offering hope that pharmaceutical intervention might provide relief that enables more active and satisfying life experiences. Her wardrobe suggests medical professionalism without the intimidating formality that might create barriers between advertising messages and audience receptiveness. Her appearance designed to project competence while maintaining the warmth that effective health communication requires. Her delivery incorporates medical terminology when necessary, while ensuring that complex pharmaceutical information remains accessible to audiences whose medical education may be limited to what they have learned through personal health experiences. The food and restaurant advertising that appears during evening programming hours, when viewers are most likely to be making dining decisions, features performers whose presentations must stimulate appetite while communicating value, propositions that justify choosing advertised establishments over competing dining options. These culinary advertising specialists understand that successful restaurant marketing depends on creating sensory experiences through visual media that can only suggest rather than deliver the taste and aroma factors that ultimately determine customer satisfaction. The regional restaurant chain spokesperson whose commercials have become fixtures of Elmore's television advertising landscape achieves the challenging task of making mass-produced food appear both appetizing and authentic. Her presentations combining visual appeal with verbal descriptions that suggest home cooking quality despite the industrial food preparation methods that restaurant profitability requires. Her enthusiasm for menu offerings appears genuine, while acknowledging through disclaimers that individual experiences may vary depending on preparation, execution, and personal taste preferences. In the parallel universe of video game entertainment, where interactive storytelling combines with competitive challenge to create immersive experiences that can absorb players' attention for hours at a time, there exists a population of non-player characters whose artificial intelligence creates the illusion of personality and purpose, while their programming limits prevent them from achieving genuine consciousness or meaningful character development beyond their predetermined behavioral parameters. These digital inhabitants of gaming environments serve functions that range from providing information and services that enable player progression through complex virtual worlds to creating obstacles and challenges that test players' vector, skills, and strategic thinking capabilities. Their responses to player interactions follow algorithmic patterns that simulate conversation and social interaction while maintaining the predictable reliability that game design requires for consistent user experience. The shopkeeper character who appears in the fantasy role-playing game that has consumed countless hours of Elmore residents' leisure time demonstrates artificial intelligence programming sophisticated enough to create convincing illusions of commercial interaction within virtual economic systems that mirror real-world market dynamics. His inventory management reflects player demand patterns, while maintaining game balance that ensures challenge without creating impossible obstacles to progression. His dialogue responses incorporate enough variation to prevent repetitive interactions from becoming tedious while maintaining character consistency that creates the illusion of dealing with an individual personality rather than simply accessing a menu system disguised as social interaction. His pricing strategies reflect both in-game economic factors and metagame considerations, designed to encourage player engagement with commercial mechanics that support ongoing game development. The quest-giving characters who populate adventure gaming environments must balance information delivery with entertainment value, their presentation of mission objectives requiring clarity that enables successful completion while maintaining narrative interest that justifies the time investment that complex gaming challenges require. These artificial personalities serve as bridges between game mechanics and story elements, their interactions with players creating motivation for activities that might otherwise seem arbitrary or repetitive. The non-player character, who serves as the primary quest distributor in the adventure game favored by many Elmore gaming enthusiasts, demonstrates programming sophistication that enables contextual responses to player actions and choices, his dialogue adapting to reflect player achievements and previous interactions while maintaining story coherence across extended gaming sessions that may span weeks or months of real-time engagement. His character design incorporates visual elements that suggest wisdom and authority while remaining approachable enough to encourage player interaction. His appearance calibrated to create positive associations with the challenging tasks he assigns. His voice acting combines gravitas, appropriate for important mission briefings, with warmth that prevents game interactions from feeling coldly mechanical despite their fundamentally algorithmic nature. The competitive gaming environments that attract players seeking multiplayer challenges feature artificial opponents whose programming must provide adequate challenge for human players while remaining beatable through skill development and strategic thinking. These artificial competitors serve as training partners and opponents of last resort when human opponents are unavailable. Their behavior patterns designed to simulate human unpredictability while maintaining fair play standards that prevent frustration from undermining game enjoyment. The fighting game characters, whose artificial intelligence has been refined through countless updates and player feedback, represent sophisticated simulation of human combat tactics and psychological pressure. Their virtual personalities, expressed through fighting styles and victory celebrations, that create memorable interactions despite their non-human nature. Their programming incorporates adaptive difficulty scaling that adjusts challenge levels based on player performance while maintaining character integrity that preserves the illusion of facing distinct opponents with individual strengths and weaknesses. In the realm of social media platforms, where personal expression meets algorithmic amplification to create new forms of celebrity that can emerge and disappear with the viral unpredictability that characterizes contemporary internet culture, there exists a category of digital personalities whose influence exceeds their geographical limitations, while their actual identities remain protected by the screen names and carefully curated profiles that serve as barriers between public personas and private lives. The social media influencer, whose lifestyle content has attracted substantial followings among Elmore residents, seeking inspiration for home decoration, fashion choices, and recreational activities, represents the contemporary evolution of aspirational marketing, where product placement integrates with personal storytelling to create advertising messages that feel more like friendly advice than commercial persuasion. Her posts combine aesthetic appeal with accessibility, her content suggesting that enviable lifestyle choices remain within reach of ordinary consumers with sufficient dedication to self-improvement and strategic purchasing. Her photography demonstrates technical competence that transforms routine domestic activities into visually compelling content. Her ability to find aesthetic interest in mundane subjects, creating the impression that beautiful living requires more awareness than wealth. Her captions combine inspirational messages with practical advice, her tone suggesting genuine desire to help followers improve their own lives, rather than simply showcasing her superior taste and resources. The mystery of her actual life circumstances remains carefully protected behind the strategic editing that social media presentation requires, her posts revealing enough personal information to create connection with followers, while maintaining privacy boundaries that prevent complete transparency about the effort and resources that her curated lifestyle actually requires. Her apparent spontaneity masks careful planning and professional production values that create content designed to maximize audience engagement while preserving the illusion of authentic personal sharing. The gaming content creator whose video presentations of gameplay strategies and equipment reviews have influenced the purchasing decisions and gaming approaches of numerous Elmore residents demonstrates expertise that combines technical, gaming skills with communication abilities that make complex gaming concepts accessible to viewers whose experience levels vary widely. His presentations balance entertainment value with educational content, his commentary providing insights that improve viewer performance while maintaining engagement through personality and humor. His equipment reviews incorporate both technical specifications and practical usage experiences, his recommendations acknowledging that optimal gaming setups depend on individual preferences and budget constraints, rather than simply pursuing maximum performance regardless of cost considerations. His testing methodologies demonstrate scientific approach to performance evaluation, while remaining accessible to viewers whose technical backgrounds may not include detailed understanding of hardware specifications. The streaming platform personalities who broadcast live gaming sessions and real-time commentary create interactive entertainment experiences where audience participation influences content direction and creates social connections that extend beyond passive media consumption into realms of community participation and shared experience. These live streaming personalities must maintain entertainment value during extended broadcasting periods, while managing audience interactions that can range from supportive encouragement to disruptive interference. The live streamer whose regular broadcasts have attracted dedicated followings among Elmore gaming enthusiasts demonstrates stamina and personality management that sustain audience interest through gaming sessions that may extend for hours, while maintaining conversation flow that acknowledges audience participation without allowing chat interactions to overwhelm gameplay focus. Her ability to multitask between complex gaming challenges and social interaction creates entertainment experiences that simulate hanging out with skilled friends rather than simply watching professional gaming demonstrations. In the invisible networks of telephone communication where voices traverse electronic pathways to connect people across distances that separate families and friends, there exists a category of phantom conversationalists whose presence is confirmed through audio contact, yet whose physical appearance and circumstances remain as mysterious as the transmission technologies that carry their words through fiber optic cables and cellular towers. The customer service representatives who answer telephone inquiries about everything from utility billing questions to product warranty claims serve as human interfaces between large organizations and individual consumers whose needs require personal attention, despite the standardized procedures that corporate efficiency demands. These telephone professionals must balance empathy and understanding with policy limitations that prevent them from providing solutions that exceed their authorized decision-making parameters. The utility company representative whose voice has become familiar to numerous Elmore residents through repeated telephone interactions regarding billing inquiries and service interruptions demonstrates patience and professionalism that transform potentially frustrating customer service experiences into satisfactory problem resolution. Her knowledge of utility systems and billing procedures enables efficient handling of routine inquiries, while her communication skills help customers understand complex pricing structures and service options. Her ability to remain calm during conversations with frustrated customers whose utility service problems affect their daily comfort and convenience demonstrates emotional regulation skills that enable effective problem solving despite the stress that customer service positions inevitably create. Her explanations of technical issues translate complex utility operations into terms that enable customer understanding without requiring specialized knowledge of electrical or water distribution systems. The technical support specialists who provide assistance with electronic equipment and software problems serve as bridges between complex technology and users, whose expertise levels may not match the sophistication of the products they attempt to operate. These remote troubleshooting experts must diagnose problems through verbal descriptions that may lack technical accuracy, while providing solutions that users can implement without professional training or specialized tools. The computer technical support representative, whose patient guidance has helped numerous Elmore residents resolve software conflicts and hardware problems, demonstrates diagnostic skills that encompass both technical troubleshooting and psychology. Her ability to interpret user descriptions of technical problems requiring translation between everyday language and technical specifications. Her instructions for problem resolution balance technical accuracy with user comprehension, her step-by-step guidance accounting for varying levels of computer literacy among customers seeking assistance. Her telephone manner combines technical authority with reassuring warmth, her tone suggesting competence without condescension toward customers, whose technical confusion may create frustration that complicates problem-solving efforts. Her follow-up questions demonstrate systematic approach to technical diagnosis while remaining sensitive to customer time constraints and patience limitations that telephone technical support interactions inherently create. The automated response systems that handle routine inquiries and direct calls to appropriate human representatives represent artificial intelligence applications designed to improve customer service efficiency while maintaining acceptable user experience for callers whose needs can be addressed through standardized information delivery or simple transaction processing. These voice recognition systems must balance automation benefits with user frustration that poorly designed automated systems can create. The pharmacy prescription notification system that contacts Elmore residents regarding medication readiness and refill scheduling demonstrates automated communication that serves essential healthcare functions while maintaining personal touch that important medical communications require. The system's programming incorporates security protocols that protect patient privacy while ensuring prescription information reaches intended recipients, despite the impersonal nature of automated messaging systems. In the quiet hours of digital existence, when most human users have logged off their devices and retreated into the physical world of sleep and dreams, these digital age inhabitants continue their electronic existence within server farms and network infrastructure that operates continuously despite human absence from online environments. Their persistence across temporal boundaries that limit human participation creates virtual worlds that exist independently of human observation while remaining ready for immediate interaction when users return to digital engagement. Their stories unfold in the spaces between human attention, their electronic existence representing new forms of being that challenge traditional understanding of presence and absence, reality and simulation, consciousness and programming. In their patient availability and consistent performance, They embody the reliability that digital-age society requires, while raising questions about the nature of existence in times when technology creates experiences that can seem more engaging than physical reality. Through their mediation of human communication and entertainment, these digital phantoms contribute to social connections and cultural experiences that span geographical distances, while creating new forms of isolation that separate users from immediate physical environments. Their influence on daily life continues to expand as digital technology becomes more sophisticated and ubiquitous. Their presence in human experience, creating dependencies that most users rarely contemplate until technical failures remind everyone of their reliance on systems they understand incompletely. In their electronic persistence and programmed helpfulness, they represent humanity's attempt to create artificial beings that serve human needs, while maintaining the illusion of personality and individual consideration that makes technology feel less cold and mechanical than its underlying engineering might suggest. In the bustling commercial ecosystem of Elmore, where the rhythms of suburban capitalism create a symphony of cash registers and credit card machines, shopping carts and delivery trucks, there exists a vast population of retail phantoms whose daily participation in the economy of goods and services creates the foundation upon which consumer culture depends, yet whose individual stories remain as invisible as the supply chains that stock the shelves and the corporate hierarchies that determine pricing strategies and promotional campaigns. These are the forgotten participants in the great marketplace of suburban existence, the customers and employees whose routine transactions create the statistical patterns that drive business decisions, while their personal circumstances, preferences, and motivations remain as mysterious as the algorithmic systems that track their purchasing behaviors for marketing purposes they may never fully understand. They populate the aisles and checkout lines, the food courts and parking lots, their presence creating the bustling atmosphere of commercial success, while their individual identities dissolve into the aggregate data that modern retail operations require for inventory management and profit optimization. Their participation in Elmore's commercial life follows patterns that reflect both personal necessity and social ritual, their shopping expeditions, serving functions that extend beyond simple acquisition of needed goods into realms of entertainment, social interaction, and psychological satisfaction that consumer culture provides for people whose lives may otherwise lack sufficient stimulation or sense of purpose. They are the economic actors whose collective behavior creates the demand that justifies retail investment, while their individual choices remain subject to influences they may not recognize or understand. At the centerpiece of Elmore's culinary landscape stands Joyful Burger, that temple of quick-service dining where the art of fast food preparation meets the science of customer throughput optimization to create dining experiences that prioritize speed and convenience over culinary sophistication, yet manage to achieve a form of gastronomic satisfaction that keeps customers returning, despite the availability of more ambitious dining alternatives throughout the community. The rotating staff of Joyful Burger represents perhaps the most visible category of retail phantoms, their uniforms and name tags creating the illusion of corporate consistency, while their individual personalities and circumstances create the human variability that prevents customer service from becoming completely mechanical despite the passe-parler, standardized procedures that franchise operations require for quality control and efficiency management. These food service professionals navigate the complex challenge of maintaining friendly customer interaction while meeting productivity standards that measure success in orders processed per hour, rather than customer satisfaction surveys or repeat business generation. Among the morning shift employees, Sandra Martinez has achieved legendary status for her ability to memorize regular customers' usual orders Despite the hundreds of different patrons who pass through the restaurant during typical breakfast hours when commuters seek convenient meal solutions that can be consumed during travel to workplace destination. Her recognition of customer preferences creates efficiency that reduces ordering time while generating personal connections that transform routine commercial transactions into social interactions that brighten otherwise mundane morning routines. Her expertise encompasses not only menu memorization and food preparation coordination, but also the subtle psychology of customer service during early morning hours, when caffeine deficiency and time pressure create conditions that can easily escalate minor service delays into customer dissatisfaction that affects business reputation and employee morale. Her ability to maintain cheerful demeanor while managing impatient customers demonstrates emotional regulation skills that enable effective performance under stress conditions that would challenge less experienced service professionals. The mystery of Sandra's life beyond her restaurant shifts remains as complete as if she materializes behind the counter each morning through supernatural intervention and disappears into alternate dimensions when her work responsibilities conclude. Customers who encounter her during off-duty hours in other commercial establishments report cognitive disorientation, similar to seeing teachers outside educational environments. Her existence beyond the fast food context, challenging assumptions about the boundaries between professional and personal identity that service industry employment tends to blur. Her interactions with customers reveal memory capabilities that approach photographic recall. Her ability to connect faces with orders suggesting either natural talent for pattern recognition or systematic mental training that enables efficient customer service. Despite the volume of transactions that busy restaurant operations require, her recommendations for menu modifications and meal combinations demonstrate nutritional knowledge that exceeds basic food service training while remaining sensitive to budget constraints that affect customer purchasing decisions. During peak lunch hours, when the restaurant reaches maximum capacity and every aspect of food preparation and service delivery operates at optimized efficiency levels, the coordination between Sandra and her colleagues creates choreographed sequences that transform potential chaos into smooth operational flow. Their communication occurs through abbreviated phrases and gesture codes that enable information transfer without disrupting customer interaction or food preparation concentration. The afternoon shift supervisor, whose name tag identifies him simply as Miguel, demonstrates management skills that encompass both technical restaurant operations and human psychology. His leadership approach balancing productivity requirements with employee morale considerations that affect service quality and staff retention rates. His ability to maintain operational standards while accommodating individual employee capabilities and personal circumstances creates workplace environments that enable both business success and job satisfaction, despite the challenging conditions that food service employment typically involves. His training of new employees incorporates not only procedural instruction, but also customer service philosophy that emphasizes treating every patron with respect and attention, regardless of their order size or apparent economic status. His emphasis on dignity in service work creates professional culture that elevates food preparation and customer assistance from mere job requirements into forms of community service that contribute to social welfare and customer satisfaction. The evening crew that maintains restaurant operations during dinner hours when families seek convenient meal solutions and social groups gather for informal dining experiences faces different challenges from their morning and afternoon counterparts. Their customer service requiring adaptation to patrons whose time constraints may be less severe, but whose expectations for food quality and service attention often exceed the standards that quick service environments can realistically provide given their operational limitations and pricing structures. Among these evening staff members, the cashier, whose patient explanations of menu options and pricing structures help customers navigate complex ordering decisions, demonstrates communication skills that bridge the gap between standardized restaurant procedures and individualized customer needs. Her ability to translate corporate menu descriptions into practical recommendations that match customer preferences and budget limitations creates positive dining experiences that encourage repeat business and favorable word-of-mouth advertising. Her knowledge of ingredient lists and nutritional information enables assistance for customers whose dietary restrictions require careful menu navigation. Her guidance helping patrons make informed choices without creating delays that affect service efficiency during busy periods. Her sensitivity to customer concerns about food allergies and health considerations demonstrates professional responsibility that extends beyond basic order taking into realms of customer safety and satisfaction. The maintenance worker, whose behind-the-scenes efforts ensure restaurant cleanliness and equipment functionality, operates according to standards that exceed customer visibility, while creating the hygienic conditions that food service operations require for health department compliance and customer confidence. His work encompasses everything from routine cleaning procedures to emergency repairs of equipment, whose failure could disrupt business operations during peak service hours. His scheduling coordinates with restaurant traffic patterns to minimize customer disruption, while ensuring that necessary maintenance occurs according to schedules that prevent minor issues from developing into major problems that could affect food quality or service delivery. His expertise encompasses both cleaning chemistry and mechanical systems, his knowledge enabling efficient problem resolution that maintains operational continuity, despite the constant wear that high-volume restaurant operations create on equipment and facilities. Across town at Laser Video, that nostalgic remnant of pre-digital entertainment distribution, where physical media still provides access to film and television content, despite the streaming services that have transformed how most consumers access entertainment programming, there exists a community of regular patrons whose rental habits create microeconomies of content circulation and cultural exchange that simulate lending libraries for visual entertainment. The customer base of Laser Video represents a demographic cross-section that encompasses both nostalgic adults seeking films that streaming platforms have not licensed and practical families whose internet service limitations make physical media rental more reliable than digital streaming for weekend entertainment planning. These rental customers develop relationships with store employees whose knowledge of film inventory and genre preferences enables personalized recommendations that enhance viewing experiences while supporting local business operations that struggle to compete with digital alternatives. Among the most dedicated rental customers, Professor Williams maintains borrowing patterns that suggest either academic research requiring specific film analysis or personal passion for cinema history that extends beyond casual entertainment consumption. His rental selections span multiple decades and international markets, his choices indicating systematic exploration of film movements and directorial careers rather than response to current popularity or critical consensus. His interactions with store staff reveal encyclopedic knowledge of film production details that enables sophisticated discussions about cinematography techniques, narrative structures, and cultural contexts that transform routine rental transactions into educational opportunities for employees and other customers who overhear his commentary. His willingness to share information about obscure films creates informal film education that supplements the limited cultural programming available through mainstream media outlets. The teenage customer whose weekend ritual includes browsing every section of the store before making rental decisions demonstrates the kind of careful selection process that digital streaming interfaces discourage through their algorithmic recommendation systems and infinite scroll formats. Her examination of cover art, reading of synopsis information, and consideration of customer review comments creates thoughtful consumption patterns that contrast with the impulse viewing that streaming platforms tend to encourage through autoplay features and suggested content cues. Her rental choices often include older films that streaming services have not prioritized for licensing. Her willingness to explore content that predates her birth, indicating curiosity about cultural history that extends beyond her immediate peer group's entertainment preferences. Her discovery of classic films through physical browsing creates viewing experiences that algorithm-driven recommendation systems rarely provide, despite their sophisticated analysis of user behavior patterns. The family customers who visit Laser Video for weekend entertainment planning demonstrate collective decision-making processes that balance individual preferences with group compatibility requirements. Their selection negotiations revealing family dynamics and compromise strategies that create shared viewing experiences, despite varying age groups and taste preferences. Their rental patterns often include multiple titles that accommodate different family members' interests, while ensuring that weekend entertainment includes options that can satisfy the entire household. Their interaction with store inventory reflects economic considerations that affect entertainment budgets. Their rental choices, balancing cost efficiency with viewing satisfaction in ways that streaming subscription services obscure through monthly billing structures that separate individual content consumption from direct payment experiences. Their careful selection of rental quantities and return date planning demonstrates budget management skills that digital entertainment consumption rarely requires. Throughout Elmore's shopping districts and commercial centers, the great ecosystem of retail consumption creates daily theater, where consumer desires meet commercial offerings in transactions that reflect both individual preferences and social pressures, economic constraints, and aspirational spending that transforms mundane purchases into expressions of identity and values that extend far beyond simple acquisition of needed goods and services. At the Elmore Shopping Center, where anchor stores and specialty retailers create comprehensive shopping environments designed to capture maximum consumer spending through convenient location of complementary businesses, the weekend crowds represent demographic diversity that encompasses all segments of suburban society, participating in the rituals of consumer culture that define contemporary lifestyle patterns and social status indicators. The elderly shoppers who arrive during early morning hours when store traffic remains minimal and parking accessibility presents fewer challenges demonstrate shopping strategies optimized for their physical capabilities and social preferences. Their systematic approach to retail navigation, creating efficient completion of necessary purchases while avoiding the crowded conditions that peak shopping hours typically create. Their shopping patterns often include extended browsing periods that serve social functions as well as commercial purposes. Their interaction with younger shoppers and families creates intergenerational encounters that rarely occur in age-segregated residential communities. Their presence in commercial environments, providing opportunities for social contact that retirement lifestyles may otherwise lack. Their consumer expertise, developed through decades of household management and budget optimization, often influences other shoppers' purchasing decisions through informal advice and product recommendations shared during casual conversation. The working parents whose shopping expeditions must accommodate child supervision responsibilities while completing necessary household purchases demonstrate multitasking skills that balance commercial efficiency with childcare obligations. Their navigation of retail environments, requiring constant attention to both shopping objectives and child safety considerations. Their shopping strategies often prioritize speed over comparison shopping, their purchase decisions affected by time constraints that prevent thorough evaluation of options and alternatives. Their children's behavior in retail environments reflects both individual temperaments and family discipline approaches. Their responses to commercial stimulation, revealing the challenges that consumer culture creates for parents trying to maintain budget discipline while accommodating children's desires for products that advertising and peer influence make seem essential for social acceptance and personal satisfaction. The teenage shoppers whose commercial activity focuses primarily on clothing and entertainment purchases demonstrate the consumer socialization process through which young people learn to participate in market economies while developing personal taste preferences and budget management skills. Their shopping behavior often includes extensive browsing that serves social bonding functions with friends while providing exposure to product options that may influence future purchasing decisions. Their sensitivity to peer approval affects their product selections in ways that reflect the social pressures that commercial marketing strategies deliberately exploit through advertising campaigns that associate product ownership with social acceptance and personal identity development. Their purchasing power, derived from allowances, part-time employment, or family generosity, creates market segments that retailers specifically target through product lines and marketing messages, designed to appeal to adolescent aspirations and insecurities. At the gas stations that serve as convenient stopping points for fuel purchases and impulse buying opportunities throughout Elmore's automotive transportation network, the brief encounters between customers and service staff create micro-interactions that reflect both the transactional efficiency that modern retail operations require and the residual human connection that prevents commercial exchanges from becoming completely impersonal despite their routine and standardized nature. The convenience store customers whose fuel purchases often include additional shopping for snacks, beverages, and household items demonstrate the impulse buying behavior that gas station retailers depend upon for profit margins that exceed the minimal earnings from fuel sales alone. Their purchasing patterns reflect both planned stops for specific needed items and spontaneous acquisitions, triggered by product placement strategies and promotional displays designed to encourage unplanned spending. The regular customers whose daily commutes include consistent stops at specific gas stations develop relationships with employees whose recognition of their usual purchases creates efficiency and personal connection that enhances customer loyalty, despite the commodity nature of fuel sales and the availability of competing stations throughout the community. These relationships often extend beyond commercial transactions into informal social interaction that provides human contact during otherwise isolated transportation routines. The long-distance travelers whose gas station stops represent brief interruptions in extended journey routines demonstrate different customer behavior patterns that emphasize efficiency and reliability over relationship building. Their interactions with station staff focused on quick completion of necessary transactions while gathering information about local conditions and route options that affect travel planning. Their temporary presence in local commercial environments creates economic impact without ongoing community connection. The pharmaceutical customers whose visits to Elmore's medical establishments reflect health management requirements that transform commercial transactions into essential healthcare services demonstrate consumer behavior that prioritizes reliability and professional expertise over price. competition, and convenience factors that influence other retail purchasing decisions. Their relationships with pharmacy staff often develop into trusted consultations that supplement medical professional guidance. The elderly customers whose prescription management requires assistance with complex medication schedules and insurance procedures receive individualized attention from pharmacy professionals whose knowledge encompasses both pharmaceutical interactions and patient advocacy that ensures appropriate healthcare delivery despite the administrative challenges that modern medical systems create. Their loyalty to specific pharmacies often reflects trust relationships that extend beyond simple commercial transactions into healthcare partnership arrangements. The parents whose children's medical needs require expert guidance regarding over-the-counter medications and health management products depend on pharmacy staff expertise to navigate pediatric healthcare decisions that affect family well-being and budget planning. Their consultations with pharmaceutical professionals create educational opportunities that supplement pediatric medical care while providing reassurance during health crises that create parental anxiety and uncertainty. In the quiet moments between customer rushes when retail establishments return to maintenance routines and inventory management activities, these commercial phantoms continue their essential participation in economic systems that support community, prosperity, and individual lifestyle maintenance. Their collective purchasing power creates the demand that justifies business investment, while their individual choices reflect personal values and circumstances that aggregate into market trends and demographic patterns that influence everything from product development to municipal planning decisions. Their stories remain largely untold, not because they lack interest or significance, but because their greatest contribution to community life lies in their reliable participation in economic activities that most people consider routine, despite their essential role in maintaining the commercial infrastructure that enables suburban lifestyle patterns and social organization. In their quiet commerce and consistent consumption, they embody the economic citizenship that makes prosperous communities possible, while creating the social interactions that transform impersonal market transactions into human experiences that contribute to community cohesion and individual satisfaction. Through their patient browsing and careful purchasing, their willingness to seek advice and share recommendations, their tolerance for commercial inconveniences and appreciation for service quality, they demonstrate the consumer virtues that enable market economies to function efficiently while maintaining the human elements that prevent commercial relationships from becoming purely transactional. Their presence in retail environments creates the social atmosphere that makes shopping pleasant, while their spending decisions support employment and business investment that contribute to community economic health and stability. In the cyclical pageantry of suburban celebration, where the calendar's progression marks occasions for community gathering and ritualized observance of cultural traditions that bind neighborhoods together through shared participation in festivities that transform ordinary residential streets into temporary theaters of collective joy and seasonal recognition, there exists a population of transient participants whose appearances coincide with specific dates and holidays, their presence adding color and energy to celebrations, before they vanish back into whatever mysterious realms they inhabit between occasions that require their specialized contributions to community, entertainment, and cultural continuity. These seasonal phantoms represent perhaps the most ephemeral category of forgotten characters, their existence tied to temporal cycles that create windows of visibility during festival periods, when their talents and personalities serve essential functions in the maintenance of social traditions and childhood memories. They are the performers and participants who materialize during Halloween nights and Christmas mornings, summer camp sessions and birthday party celebrations. their brief appearances, creating lasting impressions that associate specific occasions with the magical presence of individuals whose identities remain as mysterious as their origins and destinations. Their participation in Elmore's seasonal celebrations follows patterns that suggest either supernatural coordination with calendar events or membership in professional networks that specialize in providing entertainment services during periods when community demand for celebratory activities exceeds the organizational capabilities of permanent residents. They bring with them expertise in costume design, musical performance, games coordination, and the subtle psychology of creating memorable experiences that transform routine social gatherings into occasions that participants will remember fondly for years after the decorations have been stored away and the special foods consumed. When October 31st arrives in Elmore with its promise of sanctioned mischief and creative transformation, when porch lights begin their early evening illumination and carved pumpkins cast flickering shadows through windows whose normal transparency gives way to mysterious orange glows, the suburban landscape fills with costumed children whose identities become delightfully obscured behind masks and makeup that enable temporary adoption of alternative personas ranging from classic monsters to contemporary media characters. Among these Halloween trick-or-treaters, certain figures appear year after year with costumes of such elaborate design and authentic detail that their creation clearly exceeds the resources and expertise typically available to suburban families managing holiday preparation on household budgets and amateur crafting skills. These costume phantoms move through neighborhood streets with theatrical confidence that suggests professional training in character portrayal. Their performances creating encounters that elevate routine candy distribution into memorable experiences that define childhood Halloween memories. The child whose vampire costume achieves museum-quality authenticity through attention to historical detail that encompasses not only traditional cape and fangs, but also period-appropriate clothing accessories and makeup techniques that create aging effects worthy of professional theater productions, appears each Halloween night with costume elements that suggest access to resources far beyond typical family holiday budgets. His portrayal of classical vampire characteristics includes voice modulation, gesture refinement, and knowledge of folklore traditions that enable sophisticated character interpretation during brief doorstep encounters with impressed homeowners. His trick-or-treating route follows patterns that seem designed to maximize dramatic impact rather than candy acquisition efficiency. His appearances at doorways, timed to coincide with optimal lighting conditions that showcase costume details while creating atmospheric effects that enhance the theatrical quality of his performance. His interactions with homeowners reveal extensive knowledge of vampire mythology and historical context that transforms casual Halloween encounters into educational opportunities about cultural traditions and literary heritage. The mystery of his costume's creation deepens when one considers the professional quality prosthetic elements and specialized makeup techniques that achieve realistic aging effects and character transformation beyond the prose capabilities of standard Halloween makeup kits available at retail establishments. His fangs appear to be custom-fitted dental appliances rather than mass-produced plastic accessories, while his complexion effects suggest theatrical makeup expertise typically associated with professional entertainment productions. His departure from each house follows dramatic staging that includes cape flourishes and atmospheric dialogue delivered with vocal techniques that project character voice. Without breaking persona, his commitment to character consistency, creating complete theatrical experiences during interactions that most trick-or-treaters treat as simple candy exchange transactions. His presence elevates neighborhood Halloween atmosphere through dedication to entertainment value that exceeds normal childhood costume play. The group of children whose coordinated monster costumes create ensemble performances that require choreographed movement and dialogue coordination represent collaborative costume planning that suggests either unusual family resources or participation in organized entertainment programs that extend beyond typical neighborhood Halloween activities. Their group dynamic includes assigned character roles and scripted interactions that create miniature theatrical productions during doorstep encounters with participating homeowners. Their costume quality demonstrates professional construction techniques that encompass both visual design elements and functional considerations such as mobility, weather protection, and safety features that enable extended trick-or-treating activities while maintaining character integrity despite the physical demands of neighborhood navigation and repeated performance requirements. Their makeup application suggests professional training or expert assistance that achieves special effects quality transformation. The coordination of their group performance includes musical elements and choreographed sequences that transform traditional trick-or-treating into entertainment presentations worthy of community theater productions. Their rehearsed routines creating memorable experiences that encourage homeowner participation beyond simple candy distribution into audience engagement with performance art adapted for residential doorstep presentation. During the winter season, when December's arrival transforms Elmore's residential neighborhoods into landscapes of competitive holiday decoration and community celebration of traditions that blend religious observance with cultural customs and commercial gift-giving rituals, the seasonal phantoms who specialize in Christmas entertainment bring musical talents and performance skills that enhance community holiday experiences, while maintaining the mysterious anonymity that characterizes all seasonal celebration participants. The carol singers who appear throughout residential neighborhoods during evening hours, when home occupancy reaches maximum levels, and outdoor lighting, creates optimal performance conditions, demonstrate vocal training and musical arrangement capabilities that exceed amateur community singing groups, while maintaining the traditional presentation style that connects contemporary holiday music with historical caroling traditions that predate modern entertainment technology and recorded music accessibility. Their repertoire encompasses both classical Christmas hymns whose religious significance creates spiritual atmosphere during holiday celebrations, and contemporary seasonal songs whose popular appeal ensures audience recognition and participation during community singing experiences. Their harmonization techniques and vocal blends suggest either professional training or extensive rehearsal time that enables performance quality appropriate for formal concert presentation while maintaining the intimate accessibility that neighborhood caroling traditions require. Their costume choices reflect historical accuracy research that creates authentic period presentation without sacrificing practical considerations for outdoor performance during winter weather conditions that can challenge vocal performance and instrument operation. Their traditional caroling attire includes both visual authenticity and functional protection against temperature extremes that December evening performances inevitably encounter. The lead singer, whose vocal range and projection capabilities enable solo performance sections that showcase individual talent while maintaining group ensemble integrity, demonstrates classical vocal training that encompasses both technical skill and emotional expression necessary for connecting holiday music with audience spiritual and sentimental responses. Her ability to adapt song arrangements for different audience sizes and acoustic conditions creates optimal listening experiences regardless of performance venue limitations. Her knowledge of carol history and cultural context enables educational commentary between songs that transforms musical entertainment into learning opportunities about holiday traditions and religious heritage. Her explanations, connecting contemporary celebration practices with historical origins that many participants understand incompletely, despite their enthusiastic participation in seasonal customs and ritual observances. The instrumentalists who provide musical accompaniment for carol presentations bring specialized equipment designed for outdoor performance conditions, while maintaining sound quality that enhances vocal presentation without overwhelming, delicate harmony work that defines traditional carol arrangements. Their coordination with singers demonstrates rehearsal preparation and musical expertise that creates seamless performance integration. Their instrument selection reflects both traditional carol accompaniment practices and practical considerations for portable equipment that can withstand weather exposure while producing sound quality appropriate for residential, neighborhood acoustics and noise consideration requirements that outdoor evening performances must respect to maintain positive community relationships. When summer vacation periods transform Elmore's recreational landscape into opportunities for extended outdoor activities and specialized programs designed to provide supervised entertainment and educational experiences for school-age children whose parents require daytime childcare, solutions during work schedule periods when school supervision remains unavailable, the seasonal phantoms who specialize in youth recreation and outdoor education bring expertise that encompasses both activity, coordination, and child psychology, necessary for managing group dynamics among diverse participants with varying skill levels and social development stages. The summer camp counselors, whose appearance coincides with recreational program scheduling, demonstrate specialized training in outdoor education techniques and group management strategies that enable safe and engaging activities for children whose enthusiasm for adventure may exceed their understanding of risk assessment and safety procedures. Their expertise encompasses both technical activity skills and communication abilities necessary for instruction delivery that accommodates different learning styles and attention spans among participants whose ages and developmental stage create diverse educational requirements. Their program planning incorporates both structured activity sequences designed to develop specific skills and flexible scheduling that allows adaptation to weather conditions, participant energy levels, and group dynamic changes that inevitably occur during extended program periods when children interact intensively with peers and authority figures in outdoor environments that present both opportunities and challenges for social development and conflict resolution. The head counselor, whose leadership responsibilities include both program coordination and staff management, demonstrates administrative capabilities that encompass scheduling logistics, safety protocol implementation, and parent communication requirements, while maintaining the enthusiastic energy that effective youth programming requires for participant engagement and positive experience creation. Her expertise includes both outdoor activity instruction and child development understanding that enables appropriate challenge-level calibration for diverse participant capabilities. Her interaction with parents reveals communication skills that balance professional competence, demonstration with reassuring accessibility, her explanations of program activities and safety procedures, creating confidence in parental decision-making, while providing transparency about daily activities and supervision standards that enable families to make informed choices about summer childcare options that match their children's needs and family values. The specialty instructors who provide technical expertise in specific activity areas bring professional qualifications and safety certifications that enable advanced skill instruction while maintaining age-appropriate presentation that keeps children engaged without overwhelming them with complexity that exceeds their developmental readiness for sophisticated technique mastery. Their teaching approaches balance challenge with achievability, creating learning experiences that build confidence while developing genuine competency. Their equipment knowledge encompasses both optimal gear selection for different skill levels and maintenance requirements that ensure safety and performance standards throughout program duration, despite intensive use by multiple participants whose enthusiasm may exceed their care in equipment handling. Their safety instruction emphasizes both rule-following and risk awareness development that prepares children for independent activity participation. Throughout Elmore's social calendar, the celebration occasions that mark individual milestones and family achievements create opportunities for community gathering and relationship strengthening that depend upon the coordination of entertainment elements, catering services, and activity planning that transform routine residential spaces into party venues capable of accommodating groups whose size and energy levels require careful management to ensure successful outcomes that create positive memories while maintaining neighborhood harmony. The birthday party entertainers who specialize in age-appropriate activities and character presentations bring performance skills and child psychology, understanding that enable effective engagement with groups whose attention spans and behavioral expectations require constant adaptation to maintain program flow and participant enthusiasm throughout extended celebration periods when excitement levels can create both opportunity and challenge for activity, coordination, and group management. Their costume quality and character portrayal capabilities create immersive entertainment experiences that transport children into fantasy worlds where favorite fictional characters interact personally with party participants, creating magical encounters that define special occasion memories, while providing parents with professional entertainment services that justify celebration expenses and eliminate coordination, stress that amateur party planning often creates. The magician, whose performances combine traditional sleight of hand techniques with interactive elements that involve party participants in magic creation, demonstrates both technical skill and audience management capabilities that enable successful entertainment delivery despite challenging performance conditions that include excited children, concerned parents, and residential spaces that may lack optimal staging areas and acoustic conditions for professional presentation requirements. His repertoire includes both classic magic effects that provide familiar wonder experiences and contemporary illusions that incorporate current technology and popular culture references. His program adaptation, ensuring audience engagement while maintaining performance quality that justifies professional entertainment investment and creates satisfaction levels that encourage positive word-of-mouth recommendations and repeat business opportunities. His interaction with birthday celebration participants encompasses both performance entertainment and educational elements that teach basic magic principles and encourage creativity while maintaining the mystery that makes magic performances engaging for audiences whose suspension of disbelief requires careful balance between revelation and concealment of technique elements. The party coordinators, who specialize in comprehensive celebration management, bring organizational expertise that encompasses venue preparation, activity scheduling, catering coordination, and guest management services that enable families to focus on relationship enjoyment, while professional services handle logistical requirements that successful celebrations require for stress-free execution and positive outcome. Achievement. Their planning process incorporates both family preferences and practical considerations that affect celebration success. Their recommendations balancing idealistic party visions with realistic implementation possibilities that accommodate budget constraints space limitations, and participant characteristics that influence activity, appropriateness, and safety requirements. During school calendar periods, when educational programming includes special events and performance opportunities that showcase student talents while providing community entertainment and family engagement experiences, the seasonal phantoms who coordinate these educational celebrations bring expertise that encompasses both pedagogical objectives and entertainment value creation, their programming serving multiple constituencies whose expectations and requirements may not align perfectly. The school concert coordinators, whose efforts transform ordinary educational spaces into performance venues, demonstrate technical expertise in sound system operation, lighting design, and staging logistics that enable quality presentation despite facility limitations and equipment constraints that public education budgets typically impose on special event programming. Their coordination with school administration ensures compliance with safety regulations and district policies while maximizing educational and entertainment value. Their work with student performers encompasses both technical instruction and confidence building that enables successful public presentation despite varying experience levels and natural stage comfort among participants whose willingness to perform publicly requires encouragement and support that goes beyond simple rehearsal coordination to include emotional preparation and anxiety management assistance. The festival coordinators who organize seasonal community events that celebrate cultural traditions while providing opportunities for local business promotion and social interaction create comprehensive programming that serves multiple community interests while managing logistical challenges that outdoor events inevitably present regarding weather, contingency planning, crowd management, and activity coordination that accommodates diverse participant ages and interests. Their vendor coordination ensures appropriate balance between commercial opportunities and community celebration atmosphere. Their selection and placement of merchant participants, creating economic activity that supports local businesses, while maintaining focus on cultural celebration and community building, rather than purely commercial promotion that could compromise event educational and social objectives. In the gentle transition between seasons when celebration activities conclude and participants disperse back to routine schedules and ordinary responsibilities, these seasonal phantoms fade from community visibility with the same mysterious efficiency that characterized their arrival. Their temporary presence, leaving behind enhanced memories and strengthened social connections that justify the coordination efforts and resource investments that successful community celebrations require. Their contribution to Elmore's cultural life encompasses both immediate entertainment value and long-term community building effects that create social cohesion and shared experience foundations for ongoing neighborhood, cooperation, and mutual support. During both celebratory occasions and challenging circumstances that test community resilience and collective problem-solving capabilities. Through their dedicated professionalism and commitment to excellence in temporary roles that could easily be performed at minimal competency levels, they demonstrate service values that elevate routine social gatherings into memorable experiences that define community, identity, and individual belonging, while creating positive associations with cultural traditions that connect contemporary celebration with historical heritage and social continuity across generational changes. In their patient preparation and enthusiastic performance, their attention to detail and commitment to participant satisfaction, these seasonal celebration specialists embody the dedication that makes community life richer and more meaningful, while asking for recognition only through the successful completion of their temporary assignments and the satisfaction of knowing that their expertise has contributed to positive experiences that will be remembered fondly long after the decorations have been stored and the special occasion foods consumed. In the vast network of transportation infrastructure that enables the movement of people and goods across Elmore's suburban landscape, where the coordination of schedules and routes creates the mobility foundation upon which modern community life depends, there exists a population of transit professionals whose expertise in navigation, vehicle operation, and passenger service creates the connections between residential neighborhoods and commercial districts, educational institutions and recreational facilities, creating the circulatory system that allows suburban society to function despite the geographical distribution that characterizes contemporary settlement patterns. These transportation phantoms represent the human element in mobility systems that increasingly rely on technological solutions for route optimization and scheduling coordination, yet still require individual judgment and interpersonal skills for managing the complex variables that arise when public and private transportation services must accommodate diverse passenger needs, while maintaining efficiency standards that justify operational costs and service reliability. Expectations. They navigate not only physical routes but also social dynamics that occur when strangers share confined spaces during journey periods that can range from brief neighborhood trips to extended commutes between distant destinations. Their expertise encompasses both technical vehicle operation and customer service psychology, their daily responsibilities requiring constant adaptation to changing traffic conditions, weather variables, and passenger behavior patterns that affect both safety protocols and schedule maintenance requirements. They serve as mobile ambassadors for their respective transportation organizations, while functioning as informal community liaisons, who connect isolated residential areas with broader regional networks of economic and social opportunity. Along the established bus routes that serve Elmore's public transportation needs, where fixed schedules and predetermined stops create predictable service patterns that enable residents without personal vehicle access to participate in community activities and employment opportunities beyond walking distance from their residential locations. The regular passengers who depend upon transit service for daily mobility create temporary communities that form and dissolve according to departure and arrival schedules that govern their shared journey experiences. These bus passengers represent economic and demographic diversity that encompasses everyone from elderly residents whose driving abilities no longer meet safety requirements to working professionals who choose public transportation for economic or environmental reasons, students whose educational institutions require travel beyond neighborhood boundaries, and families whose vehicle ownership cannot accommodate all members' simultaneous transportation needs during periods when multiple destinations require coordination. Among the most dedicated regular passengers, Margaret Chen has achieved informal recognition as the unofficial bus route historian, her daily commute spanning enough years to encompass driver changes, route modifications, and schedule adjustments that reflect evolving community transportation needs and municipal budget allocations. Her presence provides continuity that helps new passengers navigate system procedures and route complexities, while creating social stability that transforms impersonal public transportation into community experience. Her interaction with fellow passengers demonstrates diplomatic skills that enable conflict resolution during crowded conditions and schedule delays that test passenger patience and tolerance for transportation inconveniences that public transit systems inevitably create despite operational efficiency efforts. Her knowledge of alternative routes and schedule variations helps other passengers adapt to service disruptions while maintaining positive attitudes toward public transportation. Despite its limitations compared to private vehicle convenience, The mystery of Margaret's ultimate destination remains as protected as her personal circumstances, her discretion about private affairs maintaining appropriate boundaries while enabling friendly relationships that make shared journey time more pleasant for everyone who participates in the daily ritual of public transportation. Utilization. Her reading material suggests intellectual interests that encompass both current events awareness and historical study. Her quiet concentration during travel periods, creating respectful atmosphere that allows other passengers to pursue their own activities without social pressure for conversation. Her assistance to passengers with mobility challenges demonstrates community service values that extend beyond simple courtesy into active support for inclusive transportation access. Her willingness to help with boarding procedures and seat arrangement, creating welcoming environment for riders whose physical limitations require additional accommodation, and patience from fellow passengers and transportation staff. The daily commuter, whose professional attire and scheduling consistency suggest employment in downtown business district, travels with efficiency that reflects time management skills and route familiarity developed through extensive public transportation experience. His preparation for weather conditions and potential delays demonstrates planning capabilities that enable reliable arrival despite variables that affect schedule predictability and passenger comfort during extended journey periods. His quiet professionalism during travel creates positive atmosphere that influences other passengers' behavior while maintaining personal privacy boundaries that prevent his commute from becoming social obligation rather than necessary transportation function. His respect for shared space protocols enables comfortable coexistence with diverse passenger populations, whose social expectations and personal space preferences may differ significantly. The students whose educational transportation requirements create peak demand periods during school schedule hours demonstrate adaptive behavior that accommodates both academic responsibilities and public transportation limitations. Their coordination of study materials and social activities, creating productive use of travel time while respecting other passengers' need for quiet journey experiences. Their interaction with adult passengers reveals intergenerational communication skills that create positive associations with public transportation among young people who may eventually choose between continued transit use and private vehicle ownership based partly on social experiences during formative transportation periods. Their behavior influences community perceptions of youth responsibility and public space citizenship that affect ongoing political support for transportation funding and service expansion. Throughout Elmore's network of taxi services and ride-sharing operations, where individual transportation requests create customized journey experiences that accommodate specific passenger needs, while providing professional drivers with flexible employment opportunities that adapt to changing demand patterns and personal schedule preferences. The drivers who provide these personalized transportation services develop expertise that encompasses both navigation skills and customer service psychology, necessary for creating positive experiences during intimate travel encounters between strangers. These professional drivers navigate not only physical routes but also social dynamics that occur when passengers require transportation during emergency situations, celebration occasions, or routine activities that require reliable arrival timing and comfortable journey conditions. Their vehicles serve as temporary private spaces where conversations may reveal personal information that requires discretion and professional boundary maintenance, while providing friendly service that justifies premium pricing compared to public transportation alternatives. The veteran taxi driver, whose decades of service have created encyclopedic knowledge of Elmore's street system and traffic patterns, demonstrates navigation expertise that encompasses both optimal route selection and alternative path, knowledge necessary for avoiding congestion and construction, obstacles that could delay passenger arrival at time-sensitive destinations, his understanding of seasonal traffic variations and event-related transportation challenges enables predictive routing that maintains schedule reliability despite changing conditions. His interaction with passengers reveals psychological skills that enable appropriate conversation-level calibration. His ability to engage talkative customers while respecting privacy preferences of passengers who prefer quiet transportation, creating customized service experiences that encourage customer loyalty and positive word of mouth. Recommendations that support independent transportation business. Sustainability. His vehicle maintenance standards reflect professional pride and customer consideration that extends beyond minimum safety requirements into comfort and cleanliness levels that create pleasant travel experiences worth premium pricing compared to less professional transportation alternatives. His equipment selection includes amenities that enhance passenger comfort while maintaining operational efficiency that enables competitive pricing and sustainable business operations. His knowledge of local businesses, entertainment venues, and community events enables value-added service that helps visitors and occasional passengers navigate Elmore's commercial and cultural opportunities while providing recommendations based on professional experience with diverse customer preferences and satisfaction outcomes. His informal tour guide capabilities create educational transportation experiences that justify service costs while building customer relationships. The ride-sharing driver, whose flexible schedule accommodates both personal preferences and passenger demand patterns, demonstrates entrepreneurial skills that enable successful navigation of the gig economy while providing reliable service that meets contemporary transportation expectations for convenience and affordability. Her use of mobile technology for trip coordination creates efficiency that enables competitive pricing while maintaining service quality standards. Her vehicle selection balances personal transportation needs with passenger comfort requirements. Her equipment decisions, reflecting both operational efficiency and customer satisfaction considerations that affect rating systems and repeat business opportunities that determine long-term income sustainability in competitive transportation markets. Throughout Elmore's bicycle infrastructure, where dedicated lanes and shared pathways create alternative transportation networks that serve both recreational cycling and utilitarian transportation needs, while promoting environmental sustainability and public health through active transportation mode encouragement. The cycling community includes both casual recreational riders and dedicated transportation cyclists whose expertise and advocacy contribute to infrastructure development and safety awareness programs. The bicycle shop mechanics who maintain and repair cycling equipment for diverse user populations demonstrate technical expertise that encompasses both high-performance racing applications and basic transportation functionality, their knowledge enabling appropriate equipment recommendations for different cycling purposes and budget considerations, while providing safety instruction that prevents accidents and equipment failures. Their diagnostic capabilities extend beyond simple repair services into comprehensive bicycle fitness evaluation that ensures safe operation and optimal performance for different rider skill levels and intended usage patterns. Their expertise encompasses both mechanical knowledge and rider safety education that prevents accidents and extends equipment lifespan through proper maintenance and operation procedures. The cycling advocacy volunteer, whose community involvement includes infrastructure planning, participation, and safety education programming, demonstrates civic engagement that connects transportation policy with user experience while promoting cycling as viable alternative to automobile dependence for both environmental and health benefits. Her expertise encompasses both practical cycling skills and political communication necessary for influencing municipal transportation planning decisions. Her organization of community cycling events creates social opportunities that build cycling community, while demonstrating safe group riding practices and route knowledge that enables new cyclists to develop skills and confidence necessary for independent transportation cycling. Her safety instruction emphasizes both traffic law compliance and defensive riding strategies that reduce accident risk while promoting positive relationships between cyclists and motor vehicle operators. During extended travel periods when Elmore residents require transportation to destinations beyond local service areas, creating demand for airport access and long-distance travel coordination that connects community members with regional and national transportation networks. The transportation professionals who specialize in travel-related services provide expertise that encompasses both logistical coordination and customer service during potentially stressful journey periods when schedule delays and service disruptions can affect travel outcomes. The airport shuttle service operators whose schedules coordinate with flight departures and arrivals demonstrate time management skills that accommodate both transportation, logistics, and passenger anxiety management during travel periods. When timing precision affects vacation plans, business appointments, and family obligations that cannot be easily rescheduled or modified to accommodate transportation delays or service disruptions. Their vehicle selection balances passenger capacity with comfort requirements for extended journey periods. Their equipment decisions reflecting both operational efficiency and customer satisfaction, considerations that justify premium pricing compared to alternative transportation options, while ensuring reliability that travel schedules require for successful trip completion. Their knowledge of airport procedures and travel requirements enables customer assistance that extends beyond simple transportation into travel consultation services that help passengers prepare for security procedures, baggage requirements, and arrival timing that affects overall travel experience satisfaction, while reducing stress during potentially confusing airport navigation processes. The long-distance travel coordinators, who arrange transportation for extended trips and special occasions, demonstrate planning capabilities that encompass both logistical coordination and budget management for complex travel, arrangements that may involve multiple transportation modes and accommodation requirements. Their expertise encompasses both transportation, options, evaluation, and cost-benefit analysis that enables optimal travel planning within budget constraints. Their relationship development with transportation providers creates access to services and pricing options that individual travelers may not be able to negotiate independently. Their professional connections, enabling group travel coordination, and special rate access that justifies consultation fees, while providing value-added services that simplify travel planning for customers whose time limitations prevent comprehensive option research. Throughout Elmore's municipal infrastructure, the parking enforcement officers who monitor compliance with regulations designed to ensure equitable access to limited parking resources while generating revenue that supports municipal transportation and infrastructure maintenance, represent law enforcement that requires both regulatory knowledge and diplomatic communication skills for managing public interaction during potentially confrontational citation procedures. These parking professionals navigate complex regulation systems that balance commercial business needs with residential neighborhood protection, while providing adequate turnover in high-demand areas that enables customer access to buys. Businesses and services that depend on convenient parking, availability for economic viability. Their enforcement activities require judgment that considers both regulation compliance and community relations, impacts that affect public cooperation with municipal policies. Their interaction with vehicle owners during citation procedures reveals communication skills that enable professional conduct, despite potential hostility from individuals who may disagree with parking regulations or dispute violation claims. Their knowledge of appeal procedures and regulatory exceptions enables accurate information provision that helps citizens understand their rights while maintaining enforcement consistency that ensures regulation effectiveness. The traffic control specialists who manage intersection safety and traffic flow during peak congestion periods and special events demonstrate coordination skills that encompass both vehicle movement optimization and pedestrian safety protection, while maintaining communication with emergency services and municipal authorities who require real-time traffic information for response planning and route coordination. Their equipment operation includes both traditional traffic control devices and contemporary technology systems that enable remote monitoring and adjustment capabilities while maintaining backup procedures that ensure continued operation during equipment failures or power disruptions that could affect traffic safety and flow efficiency during critical transportation periods. In the quiet efficiency of their daily operations, these transportation network phantoms create the mobility infrastructure that enables suburban community function while maintaining the service relationships that connect isolated residential areas with broader economic and social opportunities. Their expertise encompasses both technical transportation knowledge and customer service skills that create positive travel experiences while ensuring safety standards and operational efficiency that justify public investment and private sector participation in comprehensive transportation systems. Their contribution to community life extends beyond simple conveyance services into realms of social connection and economic opportunity access that enables full participation in contemporary society despite geographical distribution that characterise suburban development patterns. Through their professional dedication and service commitment, they demonstrate transportation values that prioritize both efficiency and human dignity, while creating mobility solutions that serve diverse community needs within resource constraints that require creative problem-solving and operational optimization. In their patient navigation of complex route systems and respectful management of diverse passenger populations, these transportation professionals embody service values that make community life more connected and accessible, while maintaining safety standards and operational reliability that justify public trust and continued investment in transportation infrastructure that supports economic development and social cohesion across suburban landscapes that depend upon mobility for prosperity and opportunity access. In the intricate network of healthcare and emergency services that forms the safety net beneath Elmore's suburban existence, where the unpredictable nature of human frailty and crisis situations creates constant demand for specialized professionals who stand ready to respond when routine life gives way to medical emergency or public safety threats. There exists a population of healthcare phantoms whose expertise in medical intervention and emergency response creates the foundation upon which community residents depend during their most vulnerable moments, yet whose individual stories remain as private as the patient confidentiality requirements that govern their professional conduct. These medical and safety professionals represent the intersection between technical expertise and human compassion. Their training, encompassing both scientific knowledge of physiological systems and psychological preparation for encountering human suffering in forms that test emotional resilience while demanding clinical competence that can mean the difference between recovery and permanent disability, between life and death. They work within institutional frameworks that require adherence to protocols and procedures, while maintaining the flexibility necessary to adapt standard treatments to individual patient circumstances that may not conform to textbook presentations of medical conditions or emergency scenarios. Their presence in Elmore's healthcare ecosystem creates layers of specialized capability that enable comprehensive medical care despite the resource limitations and geographical constraints that affect suburban medical service delivery. Their coordination with regional medical centers and specialized treatment facilities extending local healthcare capacity beyond what individual communities could maintain independently, while ensuring continuity of care that bridges emergency intervention with long-term treatment and recovery support within the walls of Elmore General Hospital, where the rhythms of medical care create 24-hour cycles of patient admission and discharge, treatment and recovery, celebration and mourning that reflect the full spectrum of human experience condensed into clinical environments designed to optimize healing while managing the complex logistics of modern medical practice. The nursing staff who provide direct patient care represent perhaps the most essential yet least recognized category of healthcare professionals, whose expertise encompasses both technical, medical skills, and emotional support capabilities that enable successful treatment outcomes. These hospital nurses navigate the challenging balance between efficient patient care delivery and individualized attention that acknowledges the anxiety and vulnerability that medical treatment inevitably creates for patients and families, who find themselves dependent upon institutional healthcare during periods when their normal self-reliance proves inadequate for addressing health challenges that require professional medical intervention and technological resources beyond household capability. Among the dedicated nursing professionals who staff the medical surgical unit where patients recover from procedures and manage acute illness episodes that require hospital-level monitoring and intervention, Sarah Rodriguez has earned recognition from both colleagues and patients for her ability to maintain clinical competence while providing emotional support that acknowledges the human dimension of medical care that technology and procedure cannot address, despite their essential roles in successful treatment delivery. Her expertise encompasses both technical nursing procedures and communication skills that enable effective patient advocacy within complex healthcare systems where administrative requirements and insurance constraints can create barriers to optimal care delivery. Her ability to navigate bureaucratic procedures while maintaining focus on patient welfare demonstrates professional competence that extends beyond clinical skills into realms of institutional navigation and resource coordination that enable comprehensive care despite systemic limitations. Her interaction with patients reveals psychological sensitivity that enables appropriate emotional support without creating dependency relationships that could interfere with recovery processes and discharge planning that return patients to community care and self-management responsibilities. Her ability to provide reassurance during frightening medical experiences while maintaining realistic expectations about treatment outcomes creates therapeutic relationships that support healing while preparing patients for the ongoing health management that chronic conditions often require. The mystery of Sarah's personal life remains as protected as patient confidentiality requirements. her professional boundaries maintaining appropriate separation between work responsibilities and private circumstances, while enabling genuine care relationships that acknowledge patient humanity without compromising clinical judgment or professional objectivity that medical decision-making requires for optimal outcomes. Her coordination with physicians and other healthcare professionals demonstrates collaborative skills that enable team-based care delivery, while advocating for patient needs and preferences within treatment protocols that must balance individual desires with clinical best practices and resource availability. Her documentation skills ensure continuity of care across shift changes and provider transitions, while maintaining the detailed records that modern healthcare requires for both clinical and legal compliance purposes. During night shift hours, when hospital staffing reaches minimum levels and patient needs continue without regard for administrative convenience or optimal resource allocation, the nursing professionals who maintain 24-hour care coverage demonstrate dedication that encompasses both clinical competence and physical endurance necessary for sustaining quality care delivery. During periods when emergency situations can arise without advance warning and without additional staff availability to manage crisis interventions, the night shift charge nurse, whose leadership responsibilities include both patient care coordination and staff supervision during hours when administrative support remains minimal, demonstrates management skills that encompass both clinical decision-making and resource allocation under conditions that require constant adaptation to changing patient conditions and staffing variables that affect care delivery capabilities and safety standards. Her expertise in emergency response protocols enables rapid mobilization of appropriate resources during medical crises that require immediate intervention. Her coordination with emergency medical services and physician on-call systems, ensuring seamless transition between different levels of care, while maintaining patient stability during transfers and treatment transitions that can affect outcomes if not managed with precision and expertise. Her mentorship of newer nursing staff creates learning environments that develop clinical competence while maintaining patient safety standards during training periods when inexperienced professionals require guidance and supervision, without compromising care quality or creating additional risk for vulnerable patients whose conditions require experienced professional attention and judgment. The intensive care unit nurses who provide specialized care for patients whose medical conditions require constant monitoring and potential intervention demonstrate expertise that encompasses both advanced technological competence, family communication skills necessary for supporting relatives during extended critical care periods, when outcomes remain uncertain and treatment decisions require informed consent from family members who may lack medical background necessary for understanding complex therapeutic options and their associated risks and benefits. Their technical competence includes operation of life support equipment and monitoring systems that enable survival for patients whose physiological functions require mechanical assistance while their bodies attempt recovery from trauma, surgical procedures, or illness severity that exceeds natural healing capacity without technological intervention and pharmaceutical support. Their emotional stamina encompasses ability to maintain hope and professional optimism during extended treatment periods, while remaining realistic about prognosis and preparing families for potential outcomes that may not align with hoped-for recovery scenarios. Their communication skills enable translation of complex medical information into terms that enable family understanding while maintaining accuracy that informed decision-making requires. Throughout Elmore's emergency medical services network, where ambulance crews and paramedics provide immediate medical intervention at accident scenes and during medical emergencies that require rapid response and advanced life support capabilities during transport to hospital facilities. The emergency medical technicians who staff these mobile intensive care units demonstrate expertise that encompasses both medical knowledge and crisis management skills necessary for performing complex medical procedures under challenging conditions that may include adverse weather, dangerous locations, and emotionally charged situations involving injured patients and distraught family members. These emergency medical professionals operate according to protocols that require split-second decision-making under conditions of medical urgency and limited information. Their training, encompassing both technical medical procedures and communication skills necessary for coordinating with hospital emergency departments and other emergency services, while providing patient care that bridges the critical gap between injury occurrence and definitive medical treatment at properly equipped facilities. The senior paramedic, whose experience spans decades of emergency medical response, has developed expertise that encompasses both advanced life support procedures and scene management capabilities that enable effective coordination, multiple emergency services, while maintaining focus on patient care priorities that guide resource allocation and treatment decisions during chaotic emergency situations, where multiple casualties or complex rescue requirements challenge standard response protocols. His diagnostic skills enable rapid assessment of patient conditions and injury severity that determine transport priorities and treatment protocols during situations where limited resources must be allocated among multiple patients whose medical needs require professional triage decisions based on survival probability and treatment urgency, rather than emotional factors that might influence non-medical decision-making during crisis situations. His communication with hospital emergency departments ensures optimal patient care continuity through accurate transmission of patient condition information and treatment interventions performed during transport. His documentation, enabling receiving physicians to make informed decisions about continuing care without delay or duplication of diagnostic procedures that could waste critical time during medical emergencies where rapid intervention affects outcomes. His training responsibilities for newer emergency medical technicians create professional development opportunities that ensure service quality while expanding emergency response capacity through skill transfer and mentorship that develops confident competence in high-stress medical intervention situations where mistakes can have life-threatening consequences for patients whose survival depends upon professional excellence under pressure. The emergency medical technician, whose specialization in trauma response enables expert management of accident scenes and injury situations that require rapid stabilization and transport, demonstrates expertise that encompasses both medical intervention and scene safety management necessary for protecting both patients and emergency responders during hazardous situations where ongoing dangers may threaten additional injury or complicate rescue operations. Her expertise in spinal immobilization and trauma stabilization enables safe patient transport despite severe injuries that require careful handling to prevent additional damage during movement and positioning necessary for medical assessment and treatment access. Her knowledge of trauma protocols ensures appropriate intervention priorities that maximize survival probability while preparing patients for surgical intervention that hospital emergency departments may need to perform immediately upon arrival. Her psychological preparation for encountering severe trauma and human suffering demonstrates emotional resilience that enables professional functioning during disturbing emergency situations, while maintaining empathy and compassion that acknowledge patient humanity and family distress without compromising clinical judgment or response efficiency that emergency medical care requires for optimal outcomes. The firefighters who staff Elmore's fire suppression and emergency response facilities represent multidisciplinary expertise that encompasses both fire suppression techniques and emergency medical response capabilities, their training enabling effective response to diverse emergency situations that may require structural firefighting, hazardous material containment, technical rescue operations, or emergency medical intervention. Depending upon the nature of situations that threaten public safety and require professional emergency response, these emergency response professionals maintain readiness for situations that range from residential structure fires, requiring coordinated suppression efforts, to vehicle accidents, requiring extraction techniques and medical stabilization, for trapped victims whose injuries require immediate intervention, while rescue operations continue. Their equipment represents significant municipal investment in specialized tools and vehicles designed for low-frequency but high-stakes applications where equipment reliability and operator expertise determine outcome success and public safety protection. The fire captain, whose leadership responsibilities include both emergency scene management and crew training coordination, demonstrates expertise that encompasses both tactical decision-making under pressure and administrative capabilities necessary for maintaining department readiness through equipment maintenance, training coordination, and community outreach programs that create public awareness of fire safety principles and emergency preparedness strategies. His experience with structural firefighting enables rapid assessment of fire conditions and strategic deployment of suppression resources that maximize effectiveness while maintaining firefighter safety during operations that involve exposure to extreme heat, toxic smoke, and structural collapse risks that require constant situation awareness and adaptive tactics based on changing fire behavior and building conditions. His coordination with other emergency services creates unified command structures that enable efficient resource utilization during complex emergency situations that may require police traffic control, emergency medical services for injured civilians or firefighters, and utility company coordination for power and gas line safety during operations that could affect entire neighborhood blocks or commercial districts. His community involvement extends beyond emergency response into fire prevention education that includes school visits, business inspections, and public demonstrations of fire safety procedures that help residents and business owners understand fire prevention principles and emergency evacuation procedures that can prevent fires and minimize injury during emergency situations that require rapid response and coordinated evacuation. The firefighter paramedic, whose dual certification enables both fire suppression participation and advanced emergency medical care, demonstrates versatility that maximizes emergency response effectiveness while providing career advancement opportunities within public safety service that enables professional growth and specialized expertise development that benefits both individual career satisfaction and community emergency response capability. Her medical training encompasses both emergency medical technician skills and advanced paramedic procedures that enable sophisticated medical intervention during fire scenes and other emergency situations where medical emergencies may occur simultaneously with other public safety threats, requiring coordinated response from multiple emergency services and specialized equipment deployment. Her equipment maintenance responsibilities ensure readiness of both firefighting and medical equipment that enable comprehensive emergency response, despite the different technical requirements and maintenance schedules that different types of emergency equipment require for optimal performance and regulatory compliance with both fire service and medical service standards. Throughout Elmore's law enforcement network, where police officers provide public safety services that encompass both crime prevention and emergency response, community policing and criminal investigation, their expertise encompasses both law enforcement techniques and social interaction skills necessary for managing diverse situations that may require conflict resolution, crisis intervention, or criminal apprehension depending upon circumstances that determine appropriate response strategies and community relations considerations. These law enforcement professionals navigate complex social dynamics during situations where legal authority must be balanced with community relations and individual rights considerations. Their decision-making affecting both immediate situation, resolution, and long-term police-community relationships that influence public cooperation with law enforcement and support for public safety initiatives that require citizen participation and trust. The community policing officer, whose assignment focuses on relationship building and crime prevention, demonstrates communication skills that enable positive interaction with diverse community populations while maintaining law enforcement authority that situations may require for effective intervention and public safety protection. His approach emphasizes problem-solving cooperation rather than purely enforcement-based response to community concerns that may have underlying social or economic causes requiring collaborative solutions. His knowledge of community resources enables referral services that connect citizens with appropriate assistance for problems that may contribute to criminal activity or public safety concerns. His coordination with social services and community organizations, creating comprehensive responses to complex issues that require multidisciplinary intervention rather than simple law enforcement action. His participation in community events and educational programs creates positive associations with law enforcement, while providing opportunities for informal communication that builds trust and understanding between police services and community members whose cooperation enhances public safety, effectiveness, and crime prevention outcomes. The patrol officer, whose responsibilities include routine community, monitoring, and emergency response, demonstrates situational awareness and decision-making capabilities that enable appropriate response to diverse situations ranging from minor traffic violations to serious criminal activity or emergency situations requiring immediate intervention and coordination with other emergency services. Her training in crisis intervention enables de-escalation techniques that resolve conflicts without force when possible, while maintaining readiness for situations that may require defensive or protective intervention for public safety and officer safety during encounters with individuals whose behavior may present threats to themselves or others. Her report writing skills ensure accurate documentation of incidents and investigations that support criminal prosecution and civil proceedings, while providing information that helps identify crime patterns and community safety issues that require ongoing attention and resource allocation for effective prevention and response. In the specialized realm of animal healthcare, where veterinary professionals provide medical care for pets and domestic animals, whose health needs require expertise that encompasses diverse species and conditions that may not have direct human medical parallels. The veterinary staff who serve Elmore's pet population demonstrate medical knowledge and compassionate care that acknowledges the emotional bonds between animals and their human families while maintaining clinical objectivity necessary for appropriate diagnosis and treatment decisions. The veterinary assistant whose daily responsibilities include both animal care and client communication, demonstrates skills that encompass both technical competence and emotional sensitivity necessary for supporting anxious pet owners, while providing professional animal care that meets medical standards and animal welfare requirements during examination and treatment procedures that may cause stress for both animals and their concerned owners. Her expertise in animal handling enables safe restraint and positioning for medical procedures, while minimizing stress and injury risk for animals whose fear responses may create challenges for examination and treatment delivery. Her knowledge of animal behavior helps predict and manage reactions that could affect medical procedure, success, and safety for both animals and veterinary staff during treatments that require animal cooperation or chemical restraint. Her client education responsibilities include explanation of treatment options and home care requirements that enable optimal recovery outcomes, while managing cost considerations that affect treatment decisions for families whose financial resources may limit available options despite their emotional attachment to animal companions whose welfare creates significant concern and decision-making stress. Throughout these interconnected networks of healthcare and emergency services, where professional expertise and human compassion combine to create safety nets that enable community residents to face medical challenges and emergency situations with confidence that professional help remains available when personal aid ressources prove inadequate. These healthcare phantoms continue their essential work of maintaining public health and safety, while preserving the dignity and privacy that their professional responsibilities require. Their stories remain largely untold, not because they lack drama or significance, but because their greatest professional achievement lies in providing services that prevent dramatic outcomes through competent intervention and careful prevention. Their success measured not in visible heroics, but in quiet competence that enables ordinary people to recover from extraordinary challenges while returning to the routine activities that define normal suburban existence. In their patient dedication and professional excellence, their willingness to assume responsibility for others' welfare during crisis situations, and their commitment to continued learning and skill development that keeps pace with advancing medical technology and evolving emergency response technique. They demonstrate service values that make civilized society possible while asking for recognition only through the successful completion of their professional duties and the satisfaction of knowing their expertise contributes to community welfare and individual recovery from circumstances that test human resilience and community support systems. In the sprawling educational ecosystem that extends far beyond the familiar corridors and classrooms of Elmore Junior High School, where the formal structures of institutionalized learning connect with broader networks of educational support, administrative oversight, and specialized instruction that serve diverse learning needs across age groups and academic abilities, there exists a population of educational phantoms whose expertise in pedagogy and student development creates the comprehensive learning environment that enables successful academic achievement despite the complex challenges that contemporary education faces in serving increasingly diverse student populations with varying preparation levels and learning requirements. These educational extended universe inhabitants represent the specialized expertise and institutional support that enables classroom teachers to focus on direct instruction while ensuring that students receive comprehensive educational services that address not only academic skill development but also social, emotional, and behavioral needs that affect learning outcomes and school success. They operate within interconnected systems that bridge individual schools with district-wide resources, state educational requirements, and federal mandates that shape curriculum standards and assessment protocols, while maintaining flexibility necessary for addressing local community needs and student populations. Their work encompasses both direct student interaction and behind-the-scenes coordination that enables educational programming to function effectively despite resource constraints and regulatory requirements that create complex, operational demands for public education systems that must balance academic excellence with equity considerations and fiscal responsibility to taxpayers, whose support determines educational funding levels and program sustainability. Throughout Elmore's educational institutions, where the unpredictable nature of teacher illness, family emergencies, and professional development obligations creates ongoing need for qualified substitute educators who can maintain instructional continuity without disrupting student learning progress, or classroom management systems that regular teachers have established through careful relationship building and behavioral expectation development. There exists a cadre of substitute teaching professionals whose expertise in rapid classroom adaptation and student engagement enables seamless educational service delivery during temporary staffing disruptions. These substitute teachers represent educational flexibility that enables schools to maintain consistent programming despite the human variables that affect teacher availability. Their expertise encompassing both subject matter knowledge across multiple disciplines and classroom management skills that enable effective instruction delivery in unfamiliar educational environments with students whose learning needs and from management skills. Behavioral patterns may not align with substitute teacher expectations or preparation. Among the most experienced substitute educators who serve Elmore's elementary schools, where young students require consistent adult supervision and instructional guidance that acknowledges their developmental needs for structure and reassurance during periods when familiar routines may be disrupted by teacher absence, Margaret Thompson has achieved recognition for her ability to maintain educational momentum while providing emotional stability that enables continued learning despite the anxiety that teacher absence can create for children whose educational success depends upon predictable adult relationships and familiar classroom procedures. Her expertise encompasses both curriculum knowledge that enables continued lesson plan implementation and child psychology understanding that enables appropriate behavioral management during periods when student testing of boundaries and authority may increase due to unfamiliar adult presence in positions of classroom leadership. Her ability to quickly establish rapport with students while maintaining academic expectations demonstrates professional competence that enables successful substitute teaching despite the challenging conditions that temporary educational assignment typically creates. Her preparation for substitute teaching assignments includes comprehensive planning that encompasses both instructional material, familiarity, and emergency procedure knowledge that enables appropriate response to situations that may arise during school hours when regular administrative support may be limited, and substitute teachers must rely on their own professional judgment for handling unexpected circumstances that affect student safety and learning environment maintenance. The mystery of Margaret's educational background and professional motivation for substitute teaching remains as private as her personal circumstances. Her professional boundaries, maintaining appropriate separation between career choices and individual financial or lifestyle considerations that may influence her participation in substitute teaching programs that provide educational flexibility while serving essential school system needs. Her interaction with regular classroom teachers demonstrates collaborative skills that enable smooth transition between regular and substitute instruction. Her communication about student behavior and academic progress, providing continuity that supports ongoing educational planning while respecting professional boundaries that maintain appropriate relationships between substitute, permanent teaching staff whose responsibilities and authority levels differ significantly. During extended substitute assignments that may span several weeks when teacher, medical leave, or family emergencies require longer-term classroom coverage, the substitute teachers, who provide consistency during these extended periods, demonstrate expertise that encompasses both curriculum, implementation, and relationship building, necessary for maintaining educational progress, while providing emotional stability for students whose academic success may be affected by disruption of familiar teacher-student relationships. The long-term substitute teacher, whose assignment to cover maternity leave spans an entire semester, demonstrates professional competence that encompasses both instructional delivery and parent communication responsibilities that extend beyond simple lesson plan implementation into comprehensive educational service provision that maintains school-family relationships during teacher absence periods. Her expertise in curriculum pacing and assessment administration enables continued academic progress measurement while maintaining grading consistency that ensures fair evaluation of student achievement despite the transition between regular and substitute instruction that could potentially affect academic assessment accuracy and student grade outcomes. Her participation in parent conferences and school meetings demonstrates professional responsibility that extends substitute teaching beyond simple classroom supervision into comprehensive educational partnership that acknowledges the ongoing nature of student-teacher relationships and the importance of maintaining communication with families whose children require consistent educational support regardless of staffing variables. Throughout Elmore's network of cultural and educational institutions, where museums, historical societies, and nature centers provide specialized learning experiences that supplement classroom instruction through hands-on exploration and expert interpretation of subjects that benefit from direct observation and interactive engagement, the field trip guides and educational docents who facilitate these learning experiences demonstrate expertise in experiential education that transforms abstract academic concepts into concrete understanding through guided exploration and guided discovery-based learning opportunities. These educational specialists possess both subject matter expertise and group management skills necessary for conducting safe and engaging educational programs for student groups whose ages, attention spans, and prior knowledge levels create diverse instructional challenges that require adaptive teaching strategies and flexible programming that accommodates different learning styles and behavioral needs while maintaining educational objectives and safety standards. The Natural History Museum docent, whose expertise in paleontology and earth sciences enables sophisticated educational programming for student groups ranging from elementary school children discovering basic scientific concepts to high school students exploring advanced topics in geological time. And evolutionary biology demonstrates instructional versatility that encompasses both age-appropriate content delivery and scientific accuracy that supports formal curriculum requirements while inspiring continued interest in natural sciences. Her knowledge of museum collections and exhibit design enables customized educational experiences that highlight specific curriculum connections while providing broader context that enhances student understanding of scientific principles and natural phenomena through direct observation of specimens and artifacts that classroom instruction alone cannot provide as effectively. Her expertise in group management during museum visits encompasses both safety, supervision, and educational engagement strategies that maintain student attention while preventing behavior problems that could disrupt learning experiences for participants and other museum visitors whose educational and recreational activities require respectful, shared use of public educational facilities. Her collaboration with classroom teachers includes pre-visit planning that aligns museum programming with curriculum objectives, while providing post-visit resources that enable continued learning and reinforcement of concepts introduced during field trip experiences that extend classroom instruction beyond school boundaries into community educational resources. The Historical Society educator, whose programs focus on local history and cultural heritage, demonstrates expertise in making historical connections relevant to contemporary student experience while providing accurate historical information that supports social studies, curriculum requirements, and develops civic awareness that connects students with community heritage and cultural identity development. Her programming incorporates both traditional historical narrative and interactive activities that enable student participation in historical interpretation through role-playing, artifact analysis, and primary source document examination that develops critical thinking skills while creating memorable learning experiences that extend beyond passive information consumption into active historical inquiry and analysis. Her knowledge of age-appropriate historical content enables programming adaptation that presents complex historical topics in ways that acknowledge student developmental readiness while maintaining historical accuracy and avoiding oversimplification that could create misconceptions about historical events and their contemporary relevance and significance. Throughout Elmore's public library system, where educational resources extend beyond traditional book collections into comprehensive information services, programming for diverse age groups, and technology access that supports both recreational reading and academic research needs. The library staff who provide these educational services demonstrate expertise in information, literacy, and community education that enables lifelong learning support for residents whose educational needs continue beyond formal schooling into professional development and personal enrichment activities. These library professionals serve both individual patron needs and community educational programming requirements, their expertise encompassing both collection development and instructional services that help library users navigate increasingly complex information resources, while developing critical evaluation skills necessary for distinguishing reliable sources from misinformation in digital information, environments that require sophisticated literacy skills for effective utilization. The children's librarian, whose programming includes storytime sessions, reading promotion activities, and family literacy support, demonstrates expertise in early childhood development and reading instruction that supports parent education, while providing direct services to young children whose literacy development benefits from professional guidance and age-appropriate programming that creates positive associations with reading and learning activities. Her expertise in children's literature encompasses both classic works that provide cultural literacy foundation and contemporary publications that reflect diverse experiences and perspectives, while maintaining literary quality that supports reading skill development and critical thinking, abilities that enable academic success and lifelong learning engagement. Her collaboration with parents and caregivers includes guidance about age-appropriate reading selections and home literacy activities that extend library programming into family routines, while providing resources that support parents whose own educational backgrounds may not include comprehensive understanding of child development principles and reading instruction techniques. Her coordination with school library programs creates continuity between public and school library services while avoiding duplication of resources and ensuring complementary programming that maximizes educational benefit for students and aid. Families who utilize both educational library systems for different but related learning support needs. The research librarian, whose expertise in information, science, and database navigation enables comprehensive research support for students, professionals, and community members whose information needs require sophisticated search strategies and source evaluation skills, demonstrates professional competence that encompasses both technical database knowledge and instructional abilities that help library users develop independent research capabilities. Her knowledge of academic and professional databases enables access to specialized information resources that support educational research requirements, while providing instruction in search methodology and source evaluation that develops information literacy skills necessary for academic success and professional competence in information-dependent career fields. Her expertise in citation standards and research methodology enables support for students whose academic assignments require proper documentation and source integration, while providing guidance about intellectual property principles and ethical information use that supports academic integrity and professional responsibility in information utilization and sharing. Throughout Elmore's network of private tutoring services and educational support programs, where individualized instruction addresses specific academic challenges that may not receive adequate attention in group classroom settings, the tutoring professionals who provide these specialized educational services demonstrate expertise in diagnostic assessment and customized instruction that enables academic improvement for students whose learning needs require individual attention and specialized teaching strategies. These educational specialists work with students whose academic challenges may result from learning disabilities, language barriers, inadequate prior preparation, or motivational issues that affect classroom performance despite adequate intellectual capability. Their expertise encompassing both subject matter, knowledge, and learning psychology that enables identification of specific skill deficits and development of targeted intervention strategies. The mathematics tutor, whose specialization in algebraic concepts and problem-solving strategies enables academic support for students whose mathematical preparation may not provide adequate foundation for advanced coursework, demonstrates both mathematical expertise and instructional skills that enable concept clarification and skill development through individualized pacing and teaching approaches that accommodate different learning styles and mathematical anxiety issues. Her diagnostic capabilities enable identification of specific mathematical misconceptions and skill gaps that may prevent student progress in classroom settings, where individual attention remains limited by time constraints and curriculum, pacing requirements that may not accommodate diverse learning needs and preparation levels among students in heterogeneous classroom groupings. Her expertise in multiple instructional approaches enables adaptation to different learning preferences while maintaining mathematical accuracy and conceptual understanding that supports both immediate academic improvement and long-term mathematical literacy development that enables continued success in mathematics-dependent academic and professional pursuits. Her communication with parents and classroom teachers provides coordination that ensures tutoring support complements rather than contradicts classroom instruction, while providing information about student progress and learning needs that enables appropriate academic planning and support service. Coordination. The reading specialist, whose expertise in literacy development and reading intervention enables support for students whose reading difficulties affect academic performance across all subject areas, demonstrates both reading instruction, knowledge, and diagnostic skills that enable identification of TOLMs, specific reading deficits, and development of targeted remediation strategies that address underlying skill weaknesses. Her training in reading assessment enables comprehensive evaluation of reading abilities that encompasses both technical skills such as phonics and fluency and comprehension strategies that enable understanding of complex texts across different subject areas and reading purposes that students encounter in academic and professional contexts. Her expertise in reading intervention programs enables selection and implementation of evidence-based instructional approaches that address specific reading difficulties while maintaining motivation and confidence that reading struggles can undermine. If intervention approaches focus exclusively on skill deficits without acknowledging student strengths and interests. Throughout the administrative structures that govern educational policy and resource allocation at district, state, and federal levels, where educational leadership and bureaucratic coordination ensure compliance with educational standards and regulatory requirements, while maintaining local flexibility necessary for addressing specific community needs and student populations, the educational administrators and support staff who manage these complex systems demonstrate expertise in both educational leadership and organizational management that enables effective coordination of diverse educational programs and services. These educational system professionals navigate complex regulatory environments while maintaining focus on educational outcomes and student welfare. Their decision-making affecting both immediate operational efficiency and long-term educational quality, while balancing competing demands from parents, teachers, taxpayers, and government agencies whose expectations may not align perfectly with available resources and practical implementation possibilities. The school district superintendent, whose leadership responsibilities encompass both educational vision development and operational management, demonstrates expertise that encompasses both educational philosophy and administrative skills necessary for leading complex organizations that serve diverse constituencies with varying expectations and priorities regarding educational programming and resource allocation. Her coordination with school board members and community stakeholders requires communication skills that enable explanation of educational policies and budget decisions while maintaining support for educational initiatives that may require long-term commitment and sustained funding despite political pressures and changing community priorities that affect educational planning and resource availability. Her expertise in educational law and regulatory compliance ensures adherence to federal and state requirements while maintaining local autonomy and flexibility necessary for addressing specific community educational needs and student population characteristics that may require specialized programming and resource allocation approaches. In the quiet dedication of their professional service and the comprehensive scope of their educational expertise, these extended educational universe phantoms create the support systems that enable successful learning outcomes while maintaining the institutional frameworks that preserve educational opportunity and democratic access to knowledge that enables individual advancement and community prosperity. Their contributions extend beyond immediate instructional delivery into realms of educational policy, resource development, and systemic improvement that shape educational opportunity for future generations, while honoring the educational achievements and cultural heritage that define community identity and values. Through their patient expertise and professional commitment, Their willingness to serve diverse learning needs and their dedication to educational excellence despite resource constraints and regulatory complexity, they demonstrate educational values that make democratic society possible while fostering individual potential and community advancement through the transformative power of learning and knowledge that enables both personal fulfillment and social progress.